we ready? We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area, and we recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have just as a note, the agenda has been amended to remove one of the bylaw items, 27K. So could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Barry, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that the June 18th, 2026 agenda be approved as amended.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Hearing none. I will have some remarks to make later on about our planner and his departure, but I'll wait until after we've got into your section, Sean. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of March 24th and May the 7th? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that the March 24th special meeting and May 7th, 2026 regular meeting minutes be approved.
All in favor? That's carried. We now will move into a public meeting. So could I have a mover and a seconder to proceed into the public session? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved the council adjourns its regular meeting at 9:02 a.m. in order to proceed into a public meeting for the purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application AHZBA 226, part lot 18, concession 12, part of lot 17 to 19, concession 13, geographic township of Sherburne, Quagga Lake, Falkenberg.
All in favor? That's carried. So I will call the public meeting to order and ask Mr. O'Callaghan to come forward and give us his report.
Morning, Mayor and Council. So this property is currently zoned rural and designated rural and waterfront under the official plan. The surrounding uses are generally shoreline residential and the lands are currently developed. The applicant is proposing to sever two portions of this property and add these severed portions to adjacent parcels of land. The areas to be severed are 0.1 hectares, which is to be added to 1100 Captain's Lane, and another section being 0.21 hectares proposed to be added to 1070 Captain's Lane. The benefiting lands are currently each developed with a single family dwelling and will continue to have frontage on Quagga Lake as a result of the proposed lot additions. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone those portions of land from rural to shoreline residential 2 to coincide with the existing zoning of the lots that these severed parcels are being added to, which will also fulfill a condition of the applications for consent being files H-002 and 00326. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website, and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date, and staff are recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw.
Do members of council have any questions for Mr. O'Callaghan? I understand that the applicant is here and wishes to speak to his application.
The applicant and their agent is here. I'm not sure if Greg wanted to speak.
Mr. Bishop, you're the agent.
Yeah, thank you. I think the applicant may be online, but I'm here to speak for it. And obviously, fairly straightforward applications where we're simply doing lot additions to the lakefront and have to match up the zoning. So unless there's any questions, I think it's a fairly straightforward application.
Any questions for Mr. Bishop? And Mr. Is it Falkenberg, if you wish to speak to the application?
No, I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else present who wishes to speak to the application? If there are no further comments or questions, I'll advise that the meeting for the application is now closed. Anyone wishing a copy of the notice of the decision can request so in writing from the clerk. I guess we would ask for a motion to receive Sean's report and recommendation. Or
Come
should,
out of first.
okay, motion to move out of the public meeting. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved the public meeting is hereby adjourned at 9:06 a.m. and regular session resumed.
All in favor? That's carried. And could I also have a mover and a seconder to receive and approve Sean's report? Councillor Barry and Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved council receives planning report PL 4726 regarding rezoning of lands located at part of lot 18, concession 12, part of lot 17 to 19, concession 13, geographic township of Sherburne, Quagmire Lake, Falkenberg for information, and council directs a bylaw be brought forward for consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have no delegations today. We do have a presentation by the Eastern Ontario Regional Network Group. If you would like to come forward and join us. We have with us today Jim Pine, Maureen Adams, and Lisa Severson. And I'm pleased to say that I've had an opportunity to work with all three of these individuals, and they have been a pleasure to work with. And I'm very happy to see that you're part of this particular program. Anyway, over to you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council. It's great to be back in this beautiful room. Do this presentation on behalf of EORN regarding the county's governance and affordability study. So Maureen and Lisa and I are here and have been leading, as you probably know, the consultation piece or the engagement piece around the study itself with a variety of groups. Particularly this week, we've been at it since Monday, meeting with staff, meeting with members of the public, meeting with former elected officials and all of the councils in Haliburton County that make up Haliburton County. So we're really pleased to be here this morning to walk through a little presentation, but more importantly, really to hopefully have a chat with you. We have a couple of little exercises that I think you probably have in front of you that we'd like you to do. We've been asking everybody to fill those in. They really help us garner important information as we work through the study. Maureen and I are going to tag team the presentation today, so we'll go back and forth a little bit. And we hope that we have a great conversation. Do you want to say anything, Maureen? Maybe you want to introduce yourself in terms of who you are.
Thank you, Jim. Maybe I could just introduce myself. Recently retired CAO from the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry. Prior to that, I was the CAO for the city of Cornwall. And I've also had an extensive career in finance, municipal finance, as well as 20 years in the private sector in finance. So looking forward to the presentation this morning. Thank you for having us, and would love to have your feedback and engagement as we work through the next few slides. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa Severson, and I have been with EORN since its inception in 2008, 2009. Previous to that, I worked with the United Counties of Leeds and Grenville and went on a secondment to work with EORN. And it's a pleasure to be here. We've worked with Algonquin Highlands over the years on the broadband and cell project, and it's always great to come and see and visit with the folks of the municipality.
And I'll be very brief, just for those who might not know me, Jim Pine. I'm now call myself a very failed retiree from my last position was as the CAO for the County of Hastings and had a variety of different CAO jobs over the course of my 40+ years in municipal service and with the provincial government. And really happy to be here with this particular project and speaking with you today. So as I said, we're going to try and walk through, I think, can you see that behind me? Is it up on the screen? Okay. The things that we'd like to talk to you today about in terms of the study itself. And let me start out by saying it because we've heard this a little bit during our discussions this week, is that EORN's job is to, as part of the study, one of the deliverables is to provide different options or models for folks to consider in terms of how we organize governance across Alberta County, locally and at the county level. But we haven't landed on any model yet. This is really about gaining or gathering information to help us form ideas around what models might work if we're looking at change in the way we govern ourselves across the county. So just to give some assurance that nothing's predetermined. We're looking at everything, and we'll be back to County Council by the end of July with our formal full report. And we have a little slide on that. So just to put that right out on the table. So today is really about trying to hear from you about your thoughts around, how you see the current financial environment. What are some of the pressures that may be coming, and really gather your perspectives around what does the long term look like? What are the possibilities for the long term? And we'll talk a little more detail about the financial side in just a minute, and Maureen's going to do that. So as I said, it's really important if we can have a back and forth conversation today with members of council. We've been having really good conversations with your staff over the last number of days, and they've been really helpful in providing, their points of view. And I'm going to show you some information that we were able to show yesterday at County Council that gives you an indication of where they're thinking things are and where we might go. And so today, as I say, about a lot of discussion. Anytime you want to provide us more information individually, we're more than welcome during this engagement phase. And as I said, we got a little bit of a couple of exercises we hope you'll do with us today and give it back to us. So there's still lots of opportunity to have discussion. We've been asked many times, why now? Why is the county having a study now at this point in time? And I think it's a reflection of what folks have felt particularly during this last budget season. It's been a challenging one for some, and that the fiscal pressures don't seem to be going away. So it's really an opportune time to take a look, to stop and take a look and see what might be or what might need to change or what might not change. We know the costs, as the slide says, the forecast is for continued costs in terms of the pressure on your budgets to go up. We know on the federal side, there's a big emphasis on other kinds of spending like defense spending, and we wonder how that might affect federal payments or transfers or grant programs going forward in the future, as it might reflect on local governments here in the county, but across the country, really. And we think that the province is also expecting municipalities to look at what they can do themselves to help out in this coming era of pressure, I think. And so it's a good time. And hats off to County Council for saying, yeah, let's take a look and see what might be. We're going to do a fairly deep dive into the financial positions of all the member municipalities, all 5 of the local and county governance. As I say, we're looking at models right now, and we haven't landed on any, but we are looking at other jurisdictions to see what others have done in periods like this and We'll try to find what best practices work that may be applicable here and share that as part of our report. And importantly, and we've been trying to get this message across, and when we have public open houses next week, we'll make sure that we let those who might be participating, that any decisions around change will be made by the incoming councils. So really, what we'll be doing is providing, we hope, some really informative information through the report to candidates who are going to be running for office here in Algonquin Highlands and across the county and the member municipalities, so that they're informed about the issues. And then, as I said, those councils will make a decision as to how to proceed or stay the same. But what we really want to do is make sure we do all that we can in terms of our due diligence and help you strengthen, and we talked about this at County Council yesterday, strengthen any kind of advocacy that the county and the member municipalities will need to do with the provincial, and I would say the federal governments too. So good information always leads to good advocacy. So we hope that that'll be a good outcome of the work as well. We're looking, as I said, at a lot of things, particularly, and we've heard this time and again, is that there is a lot of unique things about the member municipalities, Algonquin Highlands, and just generally across the county. From a point of view, what is it that we really need to pay attention to in any kind of change? What's really important to protect or identify, and what might be some of the techniques to do that? As I said, the budgets and financial information is a big part of what we'll be doing, particularly through the month of July, when the other members of our team are busy doing the financial analysis and the analysis around, if we have some good models to present, what would that look like? So that's all a part of really what's going to go on through the month of July. We're going to make sure we look at the service delivery review report that was done in 2022, and we are, to see what gems might be in there that would be helpful. And as I said, looking at other models, not only here in Ontario, but across the gamut, really. And there's some interesting things that we're seeing. We have a reasonably small team. Lisa, who is running the whole show as the project lead, is with us today. Maureen and I are here as, it's hard to say this, but independent consultants, having been a long time public servant, but Eorn asked us to come and help do the engagement piece and the consultation piece. And Jason St. Pierre is the CAO, as you know, of Eorn, and is certainly involved. And Linda Assad comes from Bell Canada, actually, after about 40 plus years in project management with Bell. Linda is keeping us on track with all the things that have to happen in the study. She's directing it from her seat, and we have Jennifer Stover from Peterborough County, who's helping with the analysis, the financial analysis, and a little bit of work from Red Brick Communications as well that we're partnering with. So it's not a big team, but I think it's a good one. At least we think it is. And these are the folks who will put together the report at the end of July for everybody to review and to look at. This is just a
I'll
sorry.
just interrupt you for
Yep,
just 2
certainly.
seconds. Maureen, I just want to make sure that that Councillor Richards is still with us. I don't see her on the screen. She's with us. Okay, just so that I can acknowledge her if she has a question. She didn't show up here.
Good.
Sorry.
No, that's quite all right. This slide is just to give you, it's sort of a map of what we're doing this month in terms of engagement. We've been sort of doing 2 and 3 sessions all this week with the variety of groups that you see on the slides, from senior staff, CAOs, and we've met with before with the senior leadership teams. All pretty much, I think we're getting close to getting almost all of the municipal staff from the local municipalities and at the county. We've had a session yesterday where I think we had 90, maybe 90 plus staff members, and previous to that, we had probably 80 or 70, somewhere in that neighborhood. So a really good turnout from your staff, and that's been really, it's been exciting actually, and pretty helpful. But we've been meeting with what we call a community leaders group and a little focus group. We've had a couple of those. We have another one tonight after 2 sessions today. So, and then we're going to be holding a public open house in each of the 4 member municipalities.
So who would the community leaders group include?
How did the list get put together, Lisa?
Excuse me, that list was provided to us from the county staff who work with various organizations. Um, so, am I allowed to? So, for example, Andy Campbell, because of his experience and work within the community over the years, we've had, so it's those types of organizations. We've also sent out correspondence to approximately 200 different businesses, or organizational groups, health, First Nations, etc. So there's a long list of folks that have received information and links to the survey around the project. So we're trying to include and get the word out to as many folks as we can. And the cottagers associations, they were on the list that had the information sent to them as well.
Well, the list really came from, I guess, from the county, basically. But we've tried to reach out to all those other organizations as well.
The more information we get, the better.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, great.
Yeah.
I just did want to say, Counselor Richards, as I can't see you, if you have a question, don't hesitate to just speak up.
Okay.
Thank
Carry on,
you.
yeah.
Okay. Great. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So just in my last little bit before Maureen takes you a walk through the financial picture, a big overview, these are things that we really like to sort of, accomplish throughout the engagement. And we've been saying that we will fail if we don't, people feel that they haven't had an opportunity. So through surveys and all of the tools on the right-hand side of the slide, we're trying to make it as accessible as possible for residents, taxpayers, anybody who's interested really to provide their opinion and ideas to us. So we're trying to reach as many people as possible. We're trying to give them the best information we can in as clear a way as we can, and we hope we're doing that. And as I say, we really want to make sure that we demonstrate that we're listening and working together with all of those groups. So I think so far has gone very well from our point of view, and hope you will feel the same way after today and after all the other sessions that have gone on. So I think I'm going to turn it over to Maureen, if that's okay, and she's going to take you through finance stuff.
Thank you, Jim. So we thought we would just provide a little bit of the fiscal context to all of the groups that we're speaking with. I'm sure that many of you are aware, but we'd like to highlight that your tax base really is 98% residential. And that provides, certain challenges that other municipalities maybe don't have with a bit of commercial industrial mix. The average across the province is probably in the 35-40% range rather than the 98% range. There's been no updates to market assessments by impact since 2016. And we know that that's still not on the horizon currently. So we don't foresee those values changing in the next 2 years or so, at least. Average household income in your region is 17% below the provincial average. So it speaks to the affordability component. And we know that Haliburton County relies heavily on a tourism-based economy and a lot of seasonal resident service demands. And I think in speaking to your first responders as an example, when you have a lot of seasonal property owners that come in, it does put demands on other services that are probably difficult to manage in comparison to other times of the year.
Mhm.
We all know that mandated services that municipalities have to provide, those costs are rising and will continue to rise. And you have little control locally over those costs. And further, we know that federal and provincial funding is unpredictable, especially when we're looking at infrastructure funding and grant writing. We have to be mindful that depending on what you want to do with infrastructure and your asset management plans, you have to start to come up with some of your own plans, how you're going to fund those and manage them on a go-forward basis. Maybe the next slide. So this slide just shows at the county level what budget challenges occurred during the 2026 budget process. So more than 35% of the increase from the county's budget in 2026 went to outside organizations. And we just wanted to highlight where some of those major components are. So we've put down City of Kawartha Lakes for some of your shared services. There's the public libraries, MPAC, and public health are sort of the main areas. And then, with those challenges, we think that is a trend that's going to continue. And what it does is it makes it difficult to find more money for local priorities that you want to have within your region. If you can move to the next slide. This slide might be a little bit difficult for people to see or read. The combined expenses across the region, so the 5 municipalities, is just under $81 million. And what we want to do is bucket the major areas of expenses for your services. So transportation services at the bottom, just under 27 million. That is the biggest component within the region for costs for the municipalities. Then we have protection services at a little over 12 million. Then we have health services, environmental services, general government, and recreational and cultural services that are all about the same weighting of approximately 9 million. The tax levy overall is 58 million. There's probably about 17 million that you receive in funding from upper levels of government. And then the balance would likely be collected through your service fees and charges and permits.
Just
Oh,
as
we
a
have a
note to
question.
council, anytime you have a question, speak up. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Thanks for this. Would you be able to just break down a little bit what is included in social services and what is included in health services? Is that emergency management?
In health services, that would include paramedic services. It would include your payments to your local health units and organizations. There might be a component in there for long-term care if there's some that are contributing to long-term care. Social services would typically be part of what you're funding, probably to the City of Kawartha Lakes for social and housing services, Ontario Works, those types of programs. So did that answer your question?
It does. I think, at a future time, it would be interesting to hear from the county, the breakdown of the 9 million for health, because it seems high, given that we've got the Halliburton Act in place and we fund health differently here. So, but that's a question for the county for later on. It's an interesting figure.
And this information would have been compiled off of FIRs, so it also depends on how municipalities are grouping them, but that typically, my description would probably capture most of that. There could be some other components.
In the case of the FIRs, when, if the, in the chance that the FIRs haven't been filed, how do you manage the information or making sure that we're as close as we can be to the numbers that we need?
The municipalities, the treasurers and the municipalities have been very good to share the financial information that we require. And so, per a couple of comments earlier, staff have been very helpful through this exercise, but we've retained that information through requests through the municipalities.
Just for council's information, the Halliburton Act that Deputy Mayor Dayu has referred to as an act that was put into place a number of years ago. I believe when the hospitals were agreed to, that we as a county are one of the very few, maybe the only county in Ontario that is not responsible for the costs of long-term care. And that's been a bit of an ongoing discussion, but fortunately we're maintaining that we're not responsible. Although that may change.
Maybe we can move to the next slide.
Councillor
Oh,
Barry?
sorry.
Just clarify a little bit of the two sort of summaries there. On the first page of the external pressures, social services is, 52% of the external pressures. But then when you look at the combined expenses, social services is the lowest. So if you could just explain the difference between those two graphs, that would be great. Is that based on funding? That's
So
not
on
from the
the,
tax base?
can we go back to the previous slide? So on this slide, this is county level only. Yeah. And then on the following side, it includes all of the townships as well as the upper tier.
Does that answer your question? Go
It
ahead.
does answer, but on the second slide, this slide, is that 2 million minus any funding that would come from the province? or
Yes, the
federal
2 million, the
government?
2 million would be the net. that is paid by the municipalities.
Mhm.
And then on the previous slide, it's just referencing the increase that they saw in 2026. So not the entire budget, but just the amount of those budgets that have increased.
And is there any look at, going forward, trends of more funding coming from the province or anything like that? When we had a previous presentation from the CAO of the county, he was sort of saying and explaining that Ontario is one of the least funded provinces in the country. So I just wanted to know if there's a look at that.
Thank you. That's a very good question. And we've had a lot of dialogue about that similar topic amongst councils. And so unfortunately, what we've seen is we've seen a continuum of downloading of many services to municipalities. And, social services many years ago was one, as well as, the downloading of infrastructure and roads that were provincial roads that are now part of county roads and maybe taken on as well with the townships. So we have I think, a downward trend of support from the province and an increase in downloading and responsibilities for the municipalities. I think that's the reality of the outlook that municipalities are having to deal with and manage currently, to try and forecast future funding from the province and the federal government. I think we can see that the federal government's priorities are changing currently. And even at the provincial level, we've seen very little movement on funding. So, one of the main sources of funding that we're all familiar with is OMPF. And that's at 500 million. It has remained at 500 million for like, I want to say 15 years maybe, or more. And then there's also been more municipalities that have been able to tap into that, right? So then the pool starts to, everybody's receiving, a smaller portion of the pool overall. So I think that's a downward trend.
One of the goals that I used to have, and I always was never able to achieve it, but the idea was to try and be as self-sufficient as a municipality as I could have our organizations be, so that we weren't reliant on the up and down, the vagaries of senior level financial support. It's just the services have become so expensive. For instance, Ontario is the only province where municipalities have to pay for affordable housing. In every other jurisdictions, it's a provincial responsibility, and that's an enormous sum of expenses that we've all had to pick up. But the goal has always be to try to be as self-sufficient as possible. It's just very challenging given the kinds of things, and I think Maureen's right that the trend isn't to increasing provincial or federal support. It's probably stable or headed in the other direction, given the pressures that they have. And that's just a forecast, though.
Well, and there's also the sort of trickle down of health services. It just seems like that seems to be something, more and more we seem to be assuming responsibility for different things. I don't see that changing either. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, this conversation reminds me of Roma, 2 years ago, I think, we were at Bear Pit. And one of the hot topics in the room was the algorithm for municipal financing, and the fact that, and Gary tells us this all the time, it's a model, it's a structure that hasn't changed since the mid-19th century, and here we are with all of these changes. And you remember someone in the room stood up and said, "So can I please have some reassurance that this is going to be looked into?" And the minister responded, I would say, with scorn, saying, "No, we're not going to be changing this. This is not something we're looking into. This is, you should be thankful, essentially, and do not expect any further change. We are being extremely generous with you." And he wasn't booed out of the room, but I think that was the tensest moment of Bear Pit, was on that topic. So no, very little optimism on that point.
Therein lay the change in how the Bear Pit was managed.
So if there are no other questions, maybe I can speak to this next slide. So combined total value of assets across the county is just over $1 billion. The annual funding gap is approximately $8 million. Total debt across the municipalities is 31 million and total reserves is 39 million. So we're not we're not here this morning to indicate, what those levels should be. It's really just to put some numbers in perspective. We would like to highlight that your reserves combined are 3% of the value of the total value of your assets. And so again, we're not sure what the value of your reserves should be, but if municipalities have to tap into reserves to help fund infrastructure, maintain infrastructure, then the numbers are relatively low compared to the value of your assets. And within infrastructure, all of us in our municipalities are dealing with infrastructure that is now, depending on when it was originally put in place, like it's 50, 60 years old, right? And the lifespan might be 60, 70 years, depending. So now is really a good time, per Jim's comments, now's a good time to start to think about how we start to plan for some of that infrastructure that needs to be maintained and replaced.
Thanks, Maureen. What we're going to show you now is some results that we were able to share with County Council yesterday. It's really sort of hot off our press, if I can put it that way. And it's a result of some of the pre-survey results that members in this slide, elected members from across the townships and the county, but elected members provided in terms of their view on things. And I think there's some interesting, just some interesting things contained in the slides information here. When it comes time for the idea around the need for the study, what we see is a very strong agreement that that this is the time to do it. And so that's, I think, important in terms of areas that could be streamlined. And, we have to define at some point what streamlined really means. There's, again, strong agreement that there's opportunities, I think, when you're looking at your services collectively. On the issue of municipal collaboration and whether that's effective, we find this pretty interesting, to be honest, for those who responded. There seems to be, it's weighted on the disagree side of, are you cooperating effectively amongst each other? And so we'd like to dig down into that and see what that really means. But it's interesting, and I think kind of an important observation. On the other side of the line, if I can call it that, there's strong agreement, almost unanimous agreement, that you're open to looking at change, governance changes, whatever that might be. So there's some, just an interesting observation on that. I don't know what there we go. Look at that. That's a good idea. It helps me, let me tell you. I'm going, what is that? So I think it's really interesting. So in terms of the timeliness of the study and an interest in what might come out of it, I think that's, for us, is a really positive indicator. And then there's this a little bit of an interesting one as well around whether there's an understanding of roles and responsibilities and if there's sufficient clarity. And again, you can see that there's a split between agreement and those that disagree. So again, it's something interesting to kind of dive into and understand what that really means. So these are just observations that we were able to pick out from the survey submissions from the elected officials. So maybe it gives a little bit of an indication of what folks are thinking about in this moment in time. It's a good time for the study. There's things that we can do together, perhaps, and some real openness to looking at opportunities for change. Councillor,
Councillor
through
Berry.
you?
Just doing the math, are you saying that 13 members responded
Yes.
of the elected officials?
Yes.
13 out of 24.
Yes.
That's really disappointing.
It is disappointing.
Maybe we'll have an opportunity at the end of the study. We'll have to talk about this to see if there's another opportunity for elected officials to weigh in again. But yeah,
It's not for lack of Ms. Severson's urging us to complete the survey.
exactly.
So it is kind of disappointing to see that just over half of us. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yeah, it is, and it does sort of cast a shadow on the numbers, because presumably those who are quite eager to see this study happen participated, and the others, we don't know. They could be against, they could be indifferent, we're not sure. Hard to know.
Or just otherwise occupied.
What we wanted to do, of course, is, this idea of being around openness in the study is this is what we got. And this is what we saw at this
Mhm.
point in time. So it's a fair observation to say about half participated.
Go ahead.
Was
Sorry,
this-
I know you can't see me. I just, I wanted to raise a question about, the funding that we get from, the province. And, a lot of the times I'm seeing that we're getting funding, sometimes because we're small, like under a certain, population or under a certain value. And so we're getting money that other municipalities wouldn't necessarily receive. As well, as separated municipalities, we can apply for grant funding under different municipalities and could therefore collectively receive more overall than perhaps as we could as a single municipality in a one tier. So I'm wondering if some of that is being considered in the numbers going forward in the study.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a very good question. I think when you're looking at OMPF and your Canada Building Fund, some of your previously known as some of your federal gas tax funding, that funding will continue. I believe that it will be consistent with what has been received in the past. With respect to applications for individual municipalities, that is a good question. I do know that for some opportunities and some applications, you need to have bigger municipalities also that are able to apply. So some of that funding is based on the size of the municipality, the types of projects. But that's a good point. I think the regular funding that comes in will continue to come in. And then when it comes to opportunities to apply for grants, that might be dependent on the program, and we can take it back and do a little bit of work and look at that to see if we think that there's a risk. But like at a point in time right now, I'm not sure that would be that significant of a risk given the overall objective of the exercise.
Yeah, I think that when you consider the overall population of the entire county, we'd still be considered small and probably not big enough to access some of that funding that we can't access. And yet, when you divide us, we're able to access it individually and therefore gain more overall. So it'd be interesting to not forget about that when we're thinking about the numbers in the future.
Thank you for that.
So this is what as I say, what we saw in the pre-survey from those elected officials who submitted. Maybe we can go to the next slide. What we wanted to share here is kind of a detailed breakdown of the submissions from staff. We had 105 staff members respond to the survey, which is a pretty good result. And there are some interesting observations coming out of that at least from our point of view. When you look at the responses on the affordability piece, and we said this at County Council yesterday, it's kind of encouraging it's very encouraging really that staff are particularly interested in the affordability issue. This is from a taxpayer's lens. It's heartening to know that staff really do care about the cost of services on taxpayers. It's an important issue for them and for themselves. They obviously rate the quality of life in the communities as either good or very good. Strongly support that. There are some who are on the fair side, but there's a fairly strong rating around the importance of the quality of life. And in terms of some of the top priorities for the county, and this is across all member municipalities and the county, the importance of improving the affordability for taxpayers ranked highest. And then there's efficient service delivery and sufficient staffing. And really, those two probably go together when you think about it. But a real concern about, from staff about being good at what they do and being efficient. And in order to do that, sometimes, you know, you got to make sure you have the right number and the right kind of staff in the organizations. And then there's, you know, a strong concern about infrastructure and infrastructure investment, which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Many of your staff are on the front lines who deal with the infrastructure every day and see the needs there. So that continues to be a big concern for them. And having growth is important, and you can go down the list. So we just thought we'd share it with you because it is interesting to know what the folks who work for you think, obviously, and see how that aligns with what you think in a
To
way.
Councillor Barry's
Yes.
question about the percentage of staff that responded, this to me looks like it's about half of the staff overall in the county.
Yeah, and in our discussions with staff in the group staff meetings, you know, we've been probing as well to get more sort of direct feedback during those meetings, and I think it probably mirrors a lot of what we saw in these actual results. But 105 of your staff did respond. Lisa?
Excuse me, through you, Madam Chair. We also know that there are some staff that don't have access to a computer. So we actually just received from Algonquin Highlands this morning surveys that were completed by staff that haven't been tabulated yet just because of they had to do it on a paper copy.
It's great. You know, I found it really interesting yesterday when you showed this information to the county, and we wanted to make sure that this was brought forward today as well, because it's a little bit of new information compared to what we've received, but really, really positive to see, you know, that staff are, what I would say is fairly much in alignment with council. Councillor Barry, you had a question?
Yeah, that was sort of my question was what, and maybe there's another slide that we don't see yet, but what was your observation comparatively between staff and council? Like, to me, it looks, from the very small text, I can see that it looks fairly cohesive, but.
Yeah, I think so. If you go back to that initial, the slide with the elected officials, I think what is interesting is around the collaboration piece, and openness to change, those things. I think there's a lot of similarities, and I think we showed this slide to this big staff group yesterday, and I think they were interested around, you know, the agreement, disagreement in terms of collaboration. I think that's at the way the elected officials see it, at least in this sample group, was maybe a little bit of a surprise. And we just have to figure out, you know, why. But I think also that there's a lot of interest certainly on the affordability piece, which is a key lens, is that staff and elected officials are in sync on that clearly, which is great news I think from a taxpayer's point of view, that you're all interested in that and concerned about it, which is great.
So that's their biggest concern.
Yeah. So lots of synergy, which is great news. We just bucketed, if we could put it this way, sort of the staff survey in some themes, and you can see that in the bottom box in terms of their comments, you know, concerns around infrastructure, roads and bridges, and concerned about the risks around that. So, you know, it's sort of on the sentiment negative side, it needs work, in other words. Well, that's going to be even more helpful. We heard a lot, actually. I've heard a lot about planning and planning inconsistencies, different rules, 5 OPs, you know, different fees and processes as see it as an inconsistency. So it's something to you know, to think about and pay attention. Service duplication, there's some concerns about that. We can't quite get over to the right side of the slide. There we go, on the negative side. But just, you know, it's just for information. And it's just interesting to look at. And I don't know whether Maureen or Elise have a comment on it, but we're just trying to get a sense of what people are thinking and what areas that they might think there's some work that can be done on. And this slide sort of helps us with that.
I know that with respect to planning, that has been one thing that, you know, even at the very beginning of the service delivery work that we did, planning was suggested as one of the things that we could move forward with. There was a sort of a positive attitude toward that. I also know, you know, at the same time that in some municipalities, there are extremely long waiting periods, which would, you know, raise the priority of the need for changes in planning, you know, when you look at a study like this.
Yeah. And I think it's fair to say, when you look at, I think it's the fifth box down, you know, whether it's autonomy or amalgamations kind of characterize it that way, there's a fair division around, you know, whether we need to consolidate or whether or not, you know, staying the same, if I can put it that way, is the better option. Others want to make sure the idea of preserving uniqueness continues to be a theme through everything, though. People are quite interested in that. And you're going to see a slide. The next slide is from the public in terms of their response so far. And some interesting observations here that we wanted to share with you as well. So I think, Lisa, there were 106 submissions in week one, and it was really posted on Monday, the 8th. And here we are telling you what the first week sort of resulted in. Yeah. So we expect a lot more, obviously, because the survey is open until June 28th for members of the public to submit. And through our open houses coming up next week, we expect to generate a lot more interest. But there's some key things that seem to come out of this initial for week one around themes and priorities that are interesting. Not surprising, I think, affordability rises to the top in terms of people's taxpayers' concerns about the cost of living and a concern about, you know, rising taxes and service costs. There's a real interest in change, significant change, they're telling us. And almost 90% of the respondents said that they wanted to see more municipal cooperation. This is just an interesting observation. And they certainly rate the quality of life as important. You know, 75% saying it's currently, I think it's good or very good. And I'm sure that that's something they would want to preserve. And you can see that in the top values in that little box at the bottom. This is what people say are important to them. You know, the natural environment, which we've heard a lot about, is being critically important. The lifestyle, in this case, a quiet lifestyle. The lakes and the waterfronts, hugely important. Same time with that small town feel is a value that they like. And there's a, you know, a sense of community at about 52%. So it's good to know what people value as their priorities as we think about what change we might do or and how we might do that. Keep those things in mind from a taxpayer's point of view. On the governance side, I think it was really interesting, at least from our side, to see that 85% of the respondents around this governance question said that they felt they could maintain identity under a new model. So I think there's an openness, at least from what we see in this sample group, around change. That they're not afraid of that in terms of the identity issue. So that was great. And interestingly, 70% said the current arrangement, two-tier system, isn't serving them well. And whether that's an education piece that's required or whether they, you know, truly are saying something needs to change in terms of the governance structure, it's pretty interesting to know that 70% of these respondents thought we could do better. So you put it that simply. So their top priorities that came out, this idea of cooperation being better, addressing the affordability and the long-term financial sustainability is pretty important to them as well. Keep that service quality high and improve it where you can, and you know, preserve the community character, representation, those sorts of things, and the quality of life and environment values, which we see in the other box, are really high. So that was interesting. And the last box is also important because it speaks to services. Obviously, I think it's not a surprise that, you know, the largest portion think emergency services is a priority, top priority. And you can go down the list from, you know, there where it touches them directly, and snow plowing, and roads and bridges are very important, environmental protection. And interestingly, and maybe not surprisingly to you, recreation's really important to folks and those activities. And we know Algonquin Highlands is blessed with, you know, quite a bit of really important recreational opportunities for folks, as there are in other communities, but recreation continues to be important. People are active here. I can see that. And we've had lots of people come up to us and say, there's more you can do, like a swimming pool or other things that are, I know.
Whatever you do.
That there are other, you know, they're activity-based folks here. I can see that.
Counselor Barry?
Do you get the sense that the survey here, that people are aware of the amount of social services that are funded by the county? Or because you don't see that as an important service delivery, but it's obviously a big hit on our tax base.
One of the things that we, in the respondents, we've asked them to self-identify as seasonal residents or full-time residents or permanent residents, I think. And maybe it's a result of just who responded, in what category they might find themselves demographically or on the financial side. I don't know. There is a lot of funding that's on social services that is part of the CKL bill that gets to it. So it'll be interesting to see if we can suss that out a bit.
I find it interesting that when you look at the top priorities, that snow clearing would be second from the top. I mean, I know it's an issue, but that it would be, you know, that it would rate that highly. I find interesting.
And I'm wondering, just knowing the time of year, those are your permanent residents perhaps that are talking?
Mhm.
I'm gonna guess if,
Counselor
Yeah.
Barry?
I sense that as a shift of the demographic is becoming more full-time. You know, people that were just coming up in the summer are now coming into a longer season of being here. Or see that as a forecast of what they intend to happen. So I think that maybe it's a barrier of people thinking, oh, I don't want to move up there full time if there isn't proper snow clearing. I do see that.
Deputy Mayor Dayu?
The preservation of local identity, I do think it's really important. I understand why 10% would say that cost control is actually more important. That I understand that, but I'm heartened to see that 85% believe that we can still maintain that local identity. There are some touch points though that are concerning, and I wonder from your experience of seeing other forms of collaboration or amalgamation in the past, if you have any examples of where that has really been able to remain true, the local identity really remain true when it comes to municipal assets that cost us money. So, you know, I'll give one example from Algonquin Highlands. Our log chute, we love it. It's very important to Algonquin Highlands. It's going to take quite a bit of money in the future to restore. A lot of it is broken down. We're putting some money in now in order to you know, store it up until we can have a longer term plan. But it's an important local asset to us. If I were to ask someone in Minden Hills, do you think we should be setting aside $100,000 for the log chute? My guess is they probably have never even heard of the log chute. So are there mechanisms for ensuring that, you know, say we end up with a single tier council, and I know it's an if, it's just an if, and there are a whole bunch of different models, but what happens to local priorities that may not have a broader recognition, but that would cost more people money than are currently paying for their upkeep? How do we make sure that they are not just thrown away when a larger council gets their hands on the budget?
I think I can only speak from my own experience, so I'm giving you my opinion, and you've heard me talk a little bit about this. The city of Coney West, which became a single tier city back in 1998 on 1st of January. So they've had just under 30 years of being together. And when we were creating the community and thinking about one of the things that elected officials, but also staff, and that we heard from the public was that stuff's really important. And in the new city, they have a award system, which really represents the former municipalities. So they have elected representatives from, but it became a sort of a value in the new city that protecting and enhancing what was our local um, uh, priorities in terms of the community, you know, like the village of Frankfurt or the different hamlets that do things. They have fairs, those things. They're very purposeful about recognizing things and investing in them. So if you're going to build an identity in a broader community, you have to work at it. And you have to, at the start, have that same value. So it takes a real purposeful approach from elected officials, and I would say staff, but and the public, to be mindful of those things. So you have to work at it, because not everybody understands the log chute, as you've just indicated. But then it would be the elected representatives, I would suggest, would have a real interest in working with their council members to, you know, to build support for that. You have to just work at it, but it's possible, and we see it in things like signage and financial support to fall fairs and those sorts of things that currently exist. You should preserve those things, because I think, generally speaking, people associate with close to where they live, in their neighborhoods, in their villages, even in the city of Toronto, for instance. You know, we lived there for 8 years, and we lived in Bloor West Village. Most times we didn't ever say that we lived in Toronto. It's with the neighborhood where he lived. You know, where do you live? Oh, we're in the beach, or and this is a city of 3 million people. So people, I think, naturally assimilate or move to their neighborhood as their identity. But I think as elected officials and staff, you got to understand that, and you got to work at it. You got to do things to support it. It's important. You want people to feel comfortable where they live, but it's really about how we provide service to them at the end of the day that matters too, is can we do that in the best way? But yeah, you got to work at it. It's the bottom line.
Under the governance section on this sheet, and the 70% say that the current two-tier system doesn't serve us well. I wonder if they truly, you know, the people that are responding that way truly understand the difference between the services that are provided by the county in the lower tiers, or the lack of cooperation between the lower tiers. That, you know, that I don't want to say, because it's not always a lack of cooperation, but there's different rules and regulations from, say, one end of a lake to another, or like one house to another, depending on where the border is. Like, I think I mentioned to you yesterday, one household can have a boathouse and the household right next to them can't. And I don't know that those folks completely understand that that's just different regulations within each of the municipalities. It's nothing to do with the two-tiered system. Hopefully a single tier would resolve that kind of issue, but
I think that's how it manifests itself. I think they also see sometimes, you know, and we've heard this, you know, when snowplow trucks are going by, and one's got a blade up, one's got a blade down, they're different colors or whatever. And I think those are sort of the tangible things that people probably see. And they might see the county of Halliburton truck, and they might see Algonquin Highlands truck, and maybe people just wonder why. You know, why are they different? Why does the plow go up here? And there's good reason for it, but maybe those are the things that people in their everyday life see and question. So, as you say, it's hard to know exactly whether people fully understand what the two-tier system is or not, and that's an educational thing. But you would hope that there'd be a good understanding, but I don't know.
any other questions at this point? Okay.
So really, that was information we wanted to share. Now we really want to talk, if that's okay. Lisa, is this the time to do the little thingies? Can you take 15 minutes and work through the two little exercises that we're putting you to work? Do we have time, or if we don't, that's fine.
We'll have to make time, yeah.
Is that okay?
Absolutely,
10
sure.
minutes? 10 minutes would be great. And then we can have a conversation a little bit more.
So, we'll take a break for,
Sure.
let's say, 15 minutes, and if anybody needs a bio break or
Okay.
grab a cup of coffee at the same time.
Thank you.
So welcome back to the open session. So are we basically now at the discussion stage, gaining thoughts that we might have? Just a couple of points for myself before we go to members of council. I was really, really happy to see the number of public open houses that we're having, so we can, get as much input from the public. Because and inform the public a little bit more about, the challenges and where we're at, because I know that there are people who think that there's no choice but amalgamation, and others who are just completely on the opposite side without necessarily being fully informed about what that might look like. I love the timing, the fact that, the final report and when it will be issued will offer candidates that are thinking about running for council an opportunity to become more informed themselves. So that if, say, amalgamation is part of their platform, they're truly informed about the directions that or the opportunities that there are there for them. One of the things that has not come up in the course of the questions that are being asked is, should we amalgamate, what we would be called? Would we remain the county of Haliburton? Would become the city of Haliburton? I would see those as maybe being the only two options, but maybe not. I mean, and that's never come up. I guess that's something that would be decided, if the future council decides that they want to amalgamate, that would be their decision. But it's interesting that nobody's raised that question. What would we call ourselves? Hopefully. I mean, I
Yeah.
always wanted Halliburton County to remain as one single entity. And so for me, it's either Halliburton County or the city of Halliburton. And I don't know, would the fact of, would we call ourselves a county if we were amalgamated, or would we have to become?
It's been a while since I looked at the municipal act, and staff might know better than I do at this stage, but I just reflect on, down in my area, Prince Edward County, it had 11 municipalities before it consolidated into what affectionately is known as the county. Now people call it PEC, which drives, if I can say this a little bit, drives a few of the longtime folks there. It's not PEC, it's the county, and so there's definitely a view on what it should be, and I think it's a conversation that's going to have to happen, right? If there's going to be a change, is what do people identify with, overall, and what are you going to, if you're attracting folks to come, what do they perhaps identify?
I know that we lose our identity a little bit here in Algonquin Highlands, because people drive through Minden Township and they see that as a bigger center, or if they're coming from Dysart. But more often I hear it from Minden. I hear people saying, well, you live in Minden. No, I don't live in Minden. Or you're part of the park because it's Algonquin Highlands, Algonquin Park. So, I think it's one thing that we will have a challenge, and it's something that worries me, and I know worries Highlands East as well, because we have a small population, smaller tax base compared to Dysart and Minden. How much of our voice will we lose because of that? I know that I did raise the question yesterday about whether or not, because both Dysart and Minden have a weighted vote when it comes to financial matters or the budget at the county. So I wanted to know if the weighted vote would come into play when the decision was being made on the direction that this study would take us. And that's something that, there have been some initial assurances that the weighted vote will not come into play, but I think there's going to be just a little bit of double checking to make sure that that's the case. Councillor Barrett.
My observation is there's pro amalgamation and people that are against amalgamation. And I feel there's a pretty big gray area in between in regards to consolidation and collaboration. And I think it would be interesting just to have a bit of an insight on what people actually think of amalgamation being. I think there's a big difference between public interpretation of that word and people at the table's interpretation and staff's interpretation of the word. That would just be my observation. I don't think it's yes or no. I think there's a fair bit of information and meat in between the
Greater
two.
need for understanding what it means. Counselor Shortreed.
And along with that, I think there has to be a lot of education for the public to understand the difference and what they will get either way, because I don't think the understanding is there at all. They just hear one and they run. So I think getting the actual education broke down into their words will make them understand where it's going to take us in the long run.
Well, and one of the things that, I mean, the overall goal is, well, some streamlining of services, but is the affordability point. You know, we need to maintain, you know, affordability to be able to live here. And there's differences of opinion when it comes to, well, if you amalgamate, it's going to cost a horrendous amount of money. How are you possibly saying that it's going to make things more affordable for us? I sort of see it as might cost a little bit of money or some money in the initial stages. But, you know, as things smooth out, that overall we would, you know, we would be able to become more affordable and offer services in a more strategic way. Hopefully that's the way it would work. But it is a question that seems to come up a lot, is
Yeah.
the whole affordability.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to look to the future. You know what today is, but does the future look like? And are we organized in the right way in order to provide increasing demand for services? And, how do we take care of infrastructure and all of those things that, as I've said a couple of times, local government isn't going to disappear, I don't think. Is how we organize ourselves is something that you can do, but I think people have an expectations that government will be here for the long term.
Mhm.
And so that's why it's timely to think both short, now, but what does the future look like? And, I've used the example of AMO's forecast on water and wastewater services. In the next 10 years, they estimate that $300 billion needs to be spent on water and wastewater services in Ontario. And there's a piece of it will be here, right? Where there's communities that have those systems. And 200 billion of that 300 billion is just to take care of what we've got today.
Never mind any expansion or.
Never mind
improvements.
expansion, all of that stuff. And that, so that's a big train coming, with a whole lot of spend. And this is timely to say, are we organized right in order to meet the needs? That's just one service.
Well, and for us, because I mean, we don't have any systems as far as water and wastewater go. And the question would arise, well, why would we be paying for improvements to a system?
And you wouldn't.
That we're not taking advantage of. The same question arose when we looked at options for transportation. And that's another thing that really hasn't really come to the forefront in the course of this study, is transportation, because it's been a big topic of something of concern here. And there were some suggestions that a system be set up that would run between Minden and Halliburton. And that came about when the closure of the ER took place in Minden. It was going to be, a long, long time before either Highlands East or Algonquin Highlands became part of that transportation system. And the question was, why would we be contributing to something that we do not benefit from one bit? And I think those are the sorts of things that we're going to have to iron out and accept, that, from the bigger picture, there'll be more blending of costs into certain services. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, I would look for comments from other members of council or concerns, questions. Councillor Barry.
One concern I have is in a smaller municipality like Algonquin Highlands and Highlands East, we don't have the population to support the strong mayors, but I'm thinking if we amalgamated, that would instantly run into play. So you have two smaller tier municipalities that would then merge to a larger municipality or county, depending on the amalg, if that happened. And so how do you have representation equal
You're not going to have equal representation,
Yeah.
you know, and I don't believe, I mean, there'll be membership, but not equal representation. And that's where advocacy and strong voices, and as you said earlier about, you know, culture and identity is something that we, you know, we have to work at it. Um, it's my understanding that there would or could be strong mayor's powers would come into play. I wanted to say strong warden's powers, but in the case of amalgamation, there would be a mayor and it could be a strong mayor.
I think that's certainly possible. It could be a strong mayor.
And
I-
that's a risk for
And
us, for all of us.
How you organize the new council, if it's in a single tier situation, is something that you'll have to decide upon. How many representatives from the former municipalities, and maybe there's an equal number. It's really it's not, there's no magic formula that's set out in the legislation that I'm aware of. It really comes down to what's going to work to make the city or town, or if it's two-tier, you know, whatever it ends up being, that conversation around how a council is designed is part of the work of the implementation side. So there's lots of
There
opportunity.
have been some assumptions
Yep.
that, you know, that a council may, and if an amalgamated council was established, that it would consist of, say, 2 members from Dysart and 2 members from Minden and 1 member from each Highlands East and Algonquin Highlands, and maybe 2 or, you know, some elected at large. But whether that in fact would be the case or not, whether we would be able to continue to have equal representation from each one of what was, you know, a former municipality, I mean, that would be wonderful from our perspective.
Just in my experience, it was a discussion that councils had when we were forming, and they said, well, what's going to work? And there was a ward system set up. And even the smallest municipality that came in got representation on council and continues to have it, because of the importance of making sure that the community got representation on the new council. So, so I just say that I think it's open to how you want to design it. I don't believe, and I could be wrong, I'll have to go back and check, that the municipal act gives you specific, you know, a number of electors that you must have equals X number of councillors. So I think it's just something you can work together on.
I'm fairly certain that Highlands East, well, I know that Highlands East has similar concerns. I'm not sure if it came up during their session, but it would be a concern of theirs. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I think one of my principal concerns, which will have to be addressed, is population density and economy of scale, or critical mass, or benefiting the majority. You know, when you bring a bunch of dispersed tax bases together into one, it increases the pot, that's for sure. But I think there is a very understandable and a very human instinct to say, okay, then let's use this as a critical mass approach. So what can we do with more money that we couldn't do with 5 pots of distinct money? For example, can we build a pool? Hooray, yes, we can afford to build a pool. But given our population density, which, as I explained yesterday, we've got 4,000 people, or I'm sorry, 4,000 square kilometers in the county. And I think the population density is like 2 people per square kilometer if you were to really push it out. So what might work for the GTA, where we can take all of these pots of money and pool them together into a critical mass approach and finally build the pool that everyone can enjoy, doesn't actually work for us. Because if you put a pool in Minden, then it's wonderful that the Minden folk will be able to use it and some of the Haliburton folk, but the people in Dorset are never going to drive down to Minden to use the pool. They're way too far away. So the critical mass algorithms don't quite work when you've got a population density over such a huge space the size of ours. And the 2 places where this has really rung true has been library services. And what do you do when you need multiple branches to reach a very small proportion of people? And that it means higher costs per branch. That's, one example, but also the provision of healthcare services and mental health care services, or, what do you do if you have a vulnerable family who live 32 kilometers down Livingston Lake Road and can't come into the food bank, every Tuesday because the food bank is 60 kilometers away. So how we deal with that extraordinary population density question will definitively be different than how one would have dealt with it, even as far south as Kawartha Lakes. Kawartha Lakes is just a different setup, or closer to the GTA. And I found time and time again, we tend to forget that. The population forgets it, and sometimes councils can forget it too. We wonder about, why. I get this from our constituents a lot, like, why are our taxes so high when I get very little? And we say, well, imagine, that 32-kilometer road that we're paying for the maintenance of. There are only 500 people living on it, whereas in the GTA, there might be 10,000 people all contributing to the maintenance of the road. So the economy of scale, if it's not front and center, then I fear we're going to get into an approach where, bigger pools of money, let's do something that helps the majority. Great, more for Minden and more for Halliburton, because that's where most of the people are in terms of density. And it's just not going to help Highlands East or Algonquin Highlands.
I think that is a definite concern. And I see your point, well taken. One of the things that I would say is that if there was an amalgamation, the infrastructure that is in place belongs to, the city of Halliburton. And if the asset management plan says that a certain piece of infrastructure needs to be replaced, that has to be considered, no matter where it is. And I'm hoping that it does work that way, that they're either, it's not a matter of critical mass, but it's, your infrastructure and a condition that it's in. Councillor Barry.
Another concern I have is in regards to our reserves within each municipality in the county, as well as debt, and how that gets spread out amongst an amalgamated or collaborated system.
I think Maureen might have a good answer for that.
Yes, so I wanted to thank you for the question, Councillor Berry. I wanted to jump in because there was also a question regarding water and wastewater. So maybe just for like an illustration of an exercise, the townships that have those services, the users of that system have to pay for that system. So you're not going to take tax-paying dollars from other communities that are not benefiting users from the system. So it's almost like a utility. Similarly with reserves, if the residents of a municipality have contributed to reserves, those reserves stay in that jurisdiction or that area for what they've contributed money for. And similarly, if some municipalities have debt, then that debt will have to be paid for by those residents until the debt gets paid down. So there is a little bit of an equalization that will have to happen in over a period of time until all of that gets either paid off or the reserves get utilized for something in those areas. But that has to be equalized. So you're not going to take, if one municipality has a tremendous amount of debt, other ratepayers are not going to pay down that debt. And similarly with reserves, if one municipality has saved money and put money away for reserves, that stays with that region where those ratepayers have contributed to that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And if I can just add, in the case of Quinte West, the formal restructuring order that would have to, get approved specifically includes in that we called it ring fencing the debt and the reserves, so that, as Maureen said, the debt stays where it was created until it's paid down, whether it was the city of Trenton or former Township of Sydney. And it takes, many years to do that. So you sort of area rate these specific areas so that to protect those who haven't incurred the debt or haven't contributed to the reserves, don't get access to them. So it takes time to eventually become one in that sense.
Councillor Richards.
I get that answer would be maybe the intention of the council who's um agreeing to amalgamate, that they would set up those um procedures in place to handle reserves and debt. But that could be overruled by a future council, could it not? And possibly a strong mayor power within that council down the road.
I think that's a very good question. And what I alluded to just a minute ago, in the formal restructuring order, that has to get approved under the municipal act by the minister. It's included in the amalgamating agreement, if I can put it that way, so that it's built in, legally built in, that those protections will continue. So a council can't just change its mind and say, we're gonna ask Algonquin Highland taxpayers to fund debt that was created in another municipality. So it's built into the legal agreement that runs forever, basically.
So
But there will come a point.
legislative protection is in place.
Yeah, you want to make, and you do, you want to make sure that it isn't subject to the vagaries of a different of opinion of a council that comes along after you, because it's so important to do that. So it gets built into the legal agreement itself.
Councillor Berry, then Councillor Shortreed.
So for years, maybe decade, I have been hopeful that the county would pick up some of the fees and expenses and responsibility of the airport. It's in our jurisdiction, however, it's used by the entire county. So in your definition, what you're talking about is that wouldn't be able to happen.
No, I think that's, that'll be something that you could include in an agreement saying that it is open to a different approach. Right? If there's debt related to the airport, that's probably going to be ring fenced. But the operation of the airport will become a responsibility of the new entity, and how you fund the ongoing operations would be something that the councils would determine. So if that was the question, if I understood it correctly.
And there is some work being done or being planned by the county's economic development department for assisting us with say marketing, or when it comes to, because there hasn't been as much business attraction as I would have hoped that we would see out of our economic development department, and that's one of the things that they can help us with when it comes to any expansion of the airport, making the airport more self-sufficient. Is helping us with business attraction and retention. Did I see another hand up? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I'm very glad that Councillor Berry raised that. That was one of my big questions too, because emergency services use that space. It really is an entire county function. So I hope that there will be a very strong and rigorous advocacy for bringing on those costs into the county, or the city, or whatever it might be. But that's a really important exception to the rule, is that, and possibly other assets which are really county assets. They're not just related to the local municipality. I do have a question in addition to that, though. It has to do with a bit of a bugbear of mine that for obvious reasons, we tend to refer to the population size of Algonquin Highlands or of the county or of the other municipalities. And we use it as a barometer of either cost per, per taxpayer of a certain service or need or whatever it might be. And in another part of the country, I think population size and accessible property numbers are quite consistent, because most people, when they fill out their census, they're doing it in their home primary residence, and so they're counting themselves as being a member of the population at their primary residence, and it all makes sense, and there's greater consistency there. But if we look at our population numbers on the, as you enter into Algonquin Highlands, you'll see population 2,500 or whatever it might be. That's fine, but we have far more accessible properties than permanent residents because we have so many cottagers. And I'm not even referring to the tourists who come in, that's a whole other ballgame. But when it comes to understanding the structure and dynamics and the tax base of cottage country, the population total actually doesn't help very much. So I don't know how that impacts the study, or even if it does. But I think we really have to be mindful because our tax base, preaching to the choir, the tax base comes from the assessable property numbers. It doesn't come from how many people just happen to live here full time versus the ones who happen to go to Florida for the winter, or go back to the GTA for the winter. And similar to that, I think when we look at numbers such as, I think it was one of your first slides, the average income in Halliburton is 17% below the province. I get that, and I believe that's true for our permanent residence base, but we have, the other 75% of our taxpayers who are coming in with their fixed or flexible income from other places who would not have put that on the census or on whatever source document that we're using. And I'm not saying that all of the cottagers are wealthy cottagers. I don't think that's true at all. But when we look at when we try to source our statistics from population numbers, there is a much bigger error of margin than there would be in Orangeville, for example. And I think we just need to be really, really mindful of that. For me, the key number is accessible properties. How many of those are there? And what do they look like? That is the true estimation of our tax base.
Well, and the number of households works for us in some cases with the province and against us in some cases. When, for instance, OPP charges are based on all the households in the municipality, whether they're resident or full-time residents or seasonal residents. And that's not fair. I mean, it just doesn't work out well. It's one of the arguments we've been making for a long time, where in other cases, they only look at full-time residents and how the funding formulas work. So that's the sort of thing that really needs to be ironed out and thought about more. Councillor Shortreed.
We have a big focus on the environment, and we have a septic inspection program that is in-house now. So will it continue just in this portion, or will it be taken away? I just don't see how that would keep flowing, because we usually do it over a 4 or 5 year period, and we're just starting again after doing it for probably 6 years. So would that automatically stay in place, or does that get taken to council and it's done?
It's hard to know exactly all of the implementation details, but it's be one of those things I think you look at in terms of services. What's the best practice? And if the best practice is the program that you've got going here, I'm sure the new municipality is going to look at that, or should look at that and say, we want to carry that on. If there's, and I don't know the answer, but if there was another municipality in the county that had a septic inspection program that was superior, you probably want to try and move the service level to that superior level. So those things have to get sorted out as as the city is underway and prior to that. But that's it's a really good point. What level of service should we be providing, and whatever the function is, whether it's septic or some other thing. But so there's those things need to be worked out in transition.
Well, I know that, the priorities across the county are quite different. I know that Algonquin Highlands has always been very extremely concerned about environmental issues and have an environmental and stewardship committee. That is not something necessarily that is in place in other municipalities. And I think that we need to be aware of and think strongly about, in order to have appropriate community involvement and, transparency, we need to make sure that there are continued committee structures that are going to look at things like, culture, the environment, recreational, all the different aspects of what's important to our population. I see Councillor Richard's hand and then Councillor Barry.
Just wanted to go back to the asset question, because I can see that becoming quite controversial. even within the representation at county council. You know, when we talk about something like the airport, you know, really being something that I think the argument is definitely there to say it's for the entire county, well, then why isn't it paid by the entire county now? And if we're saying that, well, you know, wastewater is managed in Minden and Dysart, but not Algonquin Highlands and Highlands East, so that should be on the taxpayers in those municipalities. I would see the need for an overall assessment of all assets to determine, you know, who's going to be responsible for what and when. If you take roads alone, for example, we all know Minden needs a huge amount of work on their roads, whereas Algonquin Highlands has already done that work. So again, why would Algonquin Highlands, who's already invested in the roads, taxpayers be paying for Minden's roads that they haven't invested in because they put their money somewhere else? It starts to become very muddied waters as to who's responsible for what and what ratepayers are going to pay for what, even though the overall intent is shared. So I'm hoping that's going to have to be a big part of this study and an analysis done on all assets, so that can be hammered out in these negotiations.
Councillor Barry, then Deputy Mayor Daya.
I'm glad the mayor brought up committee structure. I think that's a huge thing. Is you have, I don't know what all the other municipalities have, but in Algonquin Highlands, we have committees that have been in place by volunteers for a long time, and keeping them and retaining them has been a challenge. And I think if you change the structure of that, then you lose, everybody loses. Another concern I have is staff retention and how it works if you're all of a sudden tasked with a larger role than you're given in a smaller municipality. If you have a larger role, how that works with staff retention. And I guess another question that I would have would be how in this kind of amalgamation discussion, or when that, even if it's consolidation, what kind of consultants would be, I'm asking consultants this ironically, but what kind of an increase would be to the work that would be needed in regards to consultants? You have staff in place doing their daily jobs, looking ahead, looking behind. And then you all of a sudden say, okay, now how do we do this? You know, number one recommendation often is to hire a consultant. So I have concerns about those things in sort of a nutshell.
And that concern was raised yesterday at the county as well about, you know, how much work could be done by staff, given that they're all already working full-time jobs, and how much would be requiring consultants. And I guess that some of the work can be done over time, so borne by staff, where other things, obviously, well, Jim's probably got a much better idea than.
Maureen's gonna go first.
I'm going to go first, and I'm going to maybe just talk about an example on the staffing side. At SDG, Liz is familiar with our county and SDG. We have built a planning department that supports many of the local townships. Planning resources, the local level, are incredibly difficult to recruit for and retain. If I'm not mistaken, I think you're probably going to experience that same challenge right now to try and recruit for a current replacement for your planner. So if you have a larger department where you have, you know, someone senior, then you have a couple of, you know, maybe people that are maybe not manager level, but senior in their knowledge and different capacities with respect to whether it's policy, whether it's, you know, dealing with, you know, land severances and items. And then you can have the intake individuals as well that come in. Typically what we have seen in our region, we are attracting good candidates into that field, and they want to be part of a bigger team. They don't want to be on their own in a local municipality trying to navigate and figure that out. And if you also take a look at, in this region, you have 5 official plans. If you had one official plan, it would be easier, whether or not there's amalgamation or not amalgamation, but consideration to some of those components, I think, help build a better team. And what we've seen in the planning side is people want to come to our department and work in that group because they're part of a bigger network. They're part of a team where they can learn more from others. There's a training component, there's coaching, there's mentoring, and there's coverage, right? If someone happens to be away. And then when and then from perspective of how big your region is a little bit bigger than SDG, but SDG is a pretty big region too. And so our planners have an opportunity to go maybe so many days a week and spend that day in that local municipal office for appointments and meeting people and working with staff. And it's a really good way to build a network. There's good camaraderie, but that's just an example where we see good staff retention now, where was before we had a problem where we're just kind of going through planners after planners, which can be also quite expensive from a recruiting retention. You get them trained up to speed and then they're gone. And I think that's part of what's happening in the municipal employee recruitment cycle. Pretty much as soon as we got out of COVID, we're all struggling to find, the right resources for our municipalities. But now there's, I think you're building capacity. If you look at maybe a couple of changes in areas, it might allow you to build some capacity and provide the supports to staff to be able to, develop and maybe have better future opportunities. So that's just one example that I wanted to mention. But then I think Jim's going to respond to your other comment.
The latter half around consultants, it's a fabulous idea. I'm only kidding. And I'll just go back. I just reflecting on my experience when we were setting up the city of Quinte West. We did it internally, mostly. Where we brought consultants in was later on when we wanted to say what we've set up. Is it really? Are we functioning the way we should be? Is the department that we set up, is in terms? I'll pick planning. Is it running the way it should be? So outside eyes are sometimes very helpful in looking at whether or not you've effectively set something up. But largely, I think when you're together, you will be able to figure out how you should set up the city and organize it and who should go where and what. It takes some time. But there are moments in an organization when bringing somebody in from outside is helpful to make sure that you're doing it the best that you can. So I wouldn't, personally, I wouldn't be too afraid of creating the organization and getting in place. You should, if you do it right, give yourself time to do that by having the discussions with the current staff and all the organizations and coming up with an approach. We had a year once the decision was made to create the city, we had a transition board put in place who helped guide establishing all of the departments, all of the organization, service levels, all of those things. Not a year was tight, but we did the best that we can to create the city. But there was a very purposeful approach by putting in place a transition board. Municipalities continue to be municipalities until the amalgamation date, and we're doing anything. But during that whole year, there were representatives from the 4 municipalities, elected representatives, and supported by staff to actually create the organization. And we didn't. I don't
There was a
remember
transition board made up completely of elected officials,
ours was.
or were there outside bodies that became part of that?
No, it was, if my memory is correct, it's like, if it's correct, it's almost 30 years ago. But the transition board was made up of each municipality appointed, I think, 2 representatives. So I think there were 8 on it, and they elected a chair, and it ran as an internal committee, but it was a transition board that was given the authority to set up the organization. But it was done together with the municipalities who were coming together. And we supported it at the staff level. And I really don't believe that we had brought in consultants at that early point to tell us how to do it. We figured it out ourselves.
I think too that there are some assumptions that everything needs to be done at once. But there's a lot of work that can continue after the actual, say it's an amalgamation, after the date of amalgamation, that, a lot of work would continue, like things like policies and bylaws and,
Absolutely.
those sorts of things can take time. Counselor Barry and then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Just clarification, was this self-initiated or was this mandated by the province?
No, it was self-initiated. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I think one of the biggest alarm bells that rings in my mind is something that lies just outside of the scope of your work. Maybe it belongs in the ideas for next steps section of the report. And that is, how do we front load a decision-making process on what to do that ensures that a decision is made? I think about so many occasions in the last couple of terms where the four townships have come together saying, yeah, we need to do a thing and we should do it together. Shoreline preservation, short-term rental, any number of other things. The service delivery review is pockmarked with these examples where we come together and we say, hey, yeah, simple. We'll figure out how to work together as planners better, or we'll figure out how to preserve our shorelines better. But when the rubber hits the road and you get to the actual detail of the thing, people back out. We've seen it time and time and time and time again, to the point where some of our biggest initiatives over the last number of years, they've not been failures, but we've had 3 out of the 4 townships who have agreed to it, and then 1 township has decided to go the lone wolf direction. Or in the service delivery review, wonderful intention, but how many recommendations were there? And the number of recommendations that we actually made happen is just a handful. And
Not
they're
even a handful.
not even a handful. And we're talking about tens of thousands of staff hours, to try to make this happen. So my point is, I think that in Haliburton, we are at a stage where there has to be a change of some kind. One of my favorite reads in the last 10 years was Yuval Noah Harari's *Sapiens: A Short History of Humankind*.
I'm sorry, would you say that again?
It's a book called *Sapiens: A Short History of Humankind*, and it's written by a professor, Yuval Noah Harari, and he basically looks at the evolution of human change from the dawn of time. And he is able to show that every time there is a critical mass of population threshold reached, there has to be a restructuring of the governance of that population in order for it to work. And I think he starts with the premise of 150 people. As soon as a community grows beyond 150 people, you can't just have a 1 vote per person. You need a smaller governance structure. And then when the community gets above another critical mass, such as 1,000, that governance structure has to change again, because the old governance structure is no longer adequate for the task. And I love the book. I think there is so much wisdom in it. And I really think when I think of Haliburton County in terms of that book, we're past due on restructuring ourselves based on how we have very naturally grown and changed over time. I believe there has to be a change of some kind. I don't know if it's going to be amalgamation or any of the other models, no idea. But we are at that critical mass threshold where something has to change. And I'm so worried, like really worried, that based on our history of the last few terms, if we don't have rules established in advance of the decision-making process about how that decision is going to be made, and with the implications for opt-out and all of those things, then we will have a result of a do-nothing outcome after all of this hard work, because the cautionary tales are there in quantity from the last couple of terms. When we start to get into detail, people back away. No, I'm not going to do that. No, I don't want that for my community. And the tough love part, it tends to go by the wayside. So how do we front load a decision-making process so that everyone knows that once we enter that decision-making process, we're going to make a decision, folks. And I don't know
That's
what
the way
that.
it's going to be.
But, you know, and we don't know what the decision is, but I don't think do nothing can be one of those options. We've passed that threshold.
Issue is getting everyone to accept that we can't accept a can do nothing, do nothing. Other comments or questions? You look how much more thoughtful comment you got today than you.
This has been unbelievable. I know that you've probably filled out, yeah, your little, the surveys and stuff. We'll just collect them. I think, you know, we've probably taken more time than has been allotted to us, but it has been a tremendously helpful discussion. The last piece is going to be critical, just as you've indicated. And there are tools and techniques to try and help get there.
Oh, sorry, Sabrina, Councillor Richards. Comment.
I just had a question, really about our staffing and how we protect them. You know, we have unionized and non-unionized staff. If we were to go with an amalgamation, would, you know, the non-unionized staff be forced to unionize? Or, you know, I guess the unionized would be given the option to ununionize. But would Algonquin Highlands staff be forced into it if there was an amalgamation situation?
I have raised that question once already, and I think that there may be some work to be done on that particular question. The initial response was yes, we would have to become part of the, you know, union system, but you know, there may be some slight nuances or some differences there that we haven't worked out yet.
Yeah, all I could say to that is that it's one of the probably one of the key decisions that'll need to be made in transition. So if you're going forward, having a really well thought out human resource strategy and policy will be absolutely essential. Yeah, and that's something you have to do up front and work on, and see where it goes. If there's union staff, which there are in other communities, that's a reality that exists now. And so there will be, as the mayor said, some kind of process that will have to be worked through, but there's a whole bunch of other aspects to the human resource strategy that needs to be a part of it, you know, in terms of how are you moving people into jobs, or if the job is not exactly what you're doing today, what could you be doing in the new organization? All of those things get worked out or have to get worked out. And it
I'm
takes a
really
bit of
glad
time.
that Councillor Richards brought that up, because
Yep.
it is a major concern of all of ours here, because we are the only municipality in the county that is not unionized. We have tried very, very hard to protect our staff, to treat them well, to, you know, just offer just a little bit more to maintain the status quo as far as not becoming part of the union. And I haven't heard, you know, any rumblings, I could be completely misled, of our staff wanting to become unionized. And I'm quite sure that there will be some very unhappy campers to hear that we might be forced to become unionized. So that is something that, as you say, if there's, you know, if we work on a strong human resource component of whatever transition takes place, that will be a key thing for us to look at.
Your labor relations environment your labor relations environment has to get sorted out.
One of the things I just wanted to mention to council that one of the things that did come up yesterday kind of repeatedly, particularly from Dysart, was the, you know, kind of pointing the finger at the province and saying the province has done this to us. It's the province's fault, and that we need to, you know, do something about this. And, you know, we need to go after the province. And I, you know, I think it's really time that we accept the fact the province is going to continue in the same direction that they have been, and it is going to be up to us to sort out, you know, how we resolve the challenges that we've got coming forward to us, and I think the province will look at that favorably. That we have done that on our own. How much help they'll give us is remains to be seen, but you know, I just don't think that there's much hope in looking to the province to help us, particularly financially. Any other comments or questions? I really appreciate the discussion that has come up today because it has been more fulsome than was at the county. Mind you, it's difficult at the county level because there's 4 municipalities all trying to blend together with different thoughts and approaches, and I think we're a little bit more on track here. So,
Thank
you know, I think I'd just really like to thank all three of you, you know, for the being here and helping us through this process and going to so many meetings and spending so much time here. I know that it's taken a lot out of you, and your work is appreciated, and we really look forward to continuing on the path and seeing where we land. And just one other thing, happy birthday, Mr. Pine.
Oh. Thank you. I'm trying to forget. And I am forgetting quite easily these days. I'm just kidding. But, I say on behalf of the three of us, thank you. And again, thank you to Angie and Dawn and all of the staff that have helped us thus far and will continue to be involved. So much appreciated. Thank you.
That's terrific. Thanks again.
Okay, bye for now.
So I think at this point, we will be moving, can we move into closed session now? So we will be moving into closed session. So if I could have a mover and a seconder for us to do that. Thank you. Mover and a seconder to go into closed. Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu. And just one more question. Oh, no, go ahead. I think you did need to do a little bit of switching over.
I just have to read the motion to go in. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council adjourns its open session at 11:14 a.m. in order to proceed into closed session for the purpose of discussing the following: personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal employees, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with Section 2392B and F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, to receive advice and communications from the township solicitor. 2, litigation involving the township and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with Section 239E and F of the Municipal Act as amended regarding ongoing litigation matter. 3, personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal employee, in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act as amended regarding an application for a candidate for committee. And 4, personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal employees, in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act as amended regarding the resignation of a staff member and potential staff replacement.
All in favor? That's carried. Welcome back to the open session. We do have a resolution coming out of close to appoint a new member to the Stanhope Museum Committee and another personnel matter. So if I could have a mover and a seconder for the resolution, Councillor Richards and Councillor Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council appoints Karen Eaker to the Stanhope Museum Committee for the remaining term of council. And the council accepts with regret the resignation of Sean O'Callaghan and directs the CIO to continue with the recruitment of the planner position.
All in favor? That's carried. So we will now adjourn for lunch until 1:30. Welcome back to the open session. We are moving on to administrative business. And the first item under administration was a request by Deputy Mayor Dayu, who wanted to discuss a possible change to procedural bylaw to give consideration to members who are seasonal residents to be able to zoom in for a good portion, well, what it would be probably for at least 6 months of the year. And at present, I think our procedural bylaw allows for up to 3 for zoom in.
So our procedural bylaw provides for zooming in for certain circumstances, and then the mayor does have the ability on occasion to approve. But there's not a set defined.
So one of the things that I've done a little bit of research on this, and one of the things that Deputy Mayor Dayu suggested was that it was a matter of discriminating against cottagers. And I've done a fair bit of, I've done a bit of research on it. It would appear that the province prefers in-person meetings, that they feel that they're more productive. The only time when there's any consideration for it being considered to be discriminatory is if someone with disabilities has been not given the right to zoom in. I feel rather strongly that it is more productive for people to meet in person. I think that the taxpayers and any taxpayers that I've spoken to want to know that their representation is local, accessible, here if they need them. But anyway, I would look to members of council for comments. Councillor Shortreed.
It's nice to be fair to everyone, but I think with the 4 months that we have left as a council, I think it's for the new council to decide would be a better choice.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be up to the next council to decide how they want to handle that. I mean, I don't think that there's a problem with Zoom. Certainly during COVID, that was what had to be done, and I think council was effective during that period of time. But there is something to be said about relationships amongst council that help to, make discussions easier, and that's an in-person thing. But I think the next council is completely capable of making that decision.
And another thing about the, how we all performed under Zoom during COVID, we were all zooming in. So it was kind of an equal thing for everyone. We were all on screen at the same time. Councillor Barry.
Yeah, I put a lot of thought in this, and I think I do think it would be advantageous to have a non-full-time resident on council. However, I do feel that our existing procedural bylaw does not eliminate the ability that they can still run for council. It would just mean they would have to make attendance here, or it is even within, it's already in the bylaw that it's at the mayor's discretion. So, I mean, to me, I feel it's already an ability that can happen. So to be strictly elected and to expect to be completely on Zoom, I think is not something I support. But if there's, 2 months of the year you're elected, 2 months of the year you maybe can't make it to your cottage, say you have a water access cottage, well, then maybe you have to make alternate arrangements, or hopefully you've made enough relationships within the community that you could stay somewhere else if you couldn't access your place. So I personally am not in support of making a change. If that comes to the next term, then I will be open to that discussion if I'm sitting at the table. If not, I'd like to leave it as it stands.
Well, and one thing that, that our clerk brought into play was the thought that if by chance we decided to say, okay, you know, let's say it's okay for somebody to zoom in for, say, 6 months of the year. And the next council decided they didn't like that decision and changed their mind, leaving somebody who might be on council with the understanding that they were going to be able to zoom in and now can't, in a really difficult spot. So I tend to agree that it's a decision that if there's to be a change, it should be made by the next council. That's kind of what I'm hearing around the table. Go ahead.
Yes, but then that could do the same thing for the next counselor, like the next, like that doesn't,
What do you mean?
like if the next term of council says, I think we should allow people to zoom in for 6 months of the year. The next person's elected at the end of that term, it could be changed again. You know,
Another thing that I did find when I was looking into it is that the bulk of the municipalities that I looked at, their bylaw is almost a mirror of what we've got here. And I think you probably do that research when you're looking at procedural bylaws, look at others. So we just, there's no resolution required, or do we have let's hear what you got there.
Be it resolved that council directs the current procedural bylaw provisions related to council's participation in electronic meetings of council remain status quo.
Could I have a mover and a seconder?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask one question.
Okay,
Right now, we have it that counselors are paid mileage. I know many of us don't claim it, but we are able to claim it, you know, where you're traveling from, say, Oxtongue to the office, you know, it is quite a distance. It's an hour drive essentially, one way. If someone was elected that was coming from, say, Toronto to attend council meetings, would we be covering mileage all the way from?
we have a policy about that already in place that suggests that mileage would be paid. I think it's from within the county boundaries. So that's already within our policy procedure. So they would not be able to claim from Toronto
Okay.
to
Okay.
here. That answer your question?
Yes, it did, and I'm sorry, Rhett wants to be heard too.
Well, he obviously agrees, but mover and a seconder, Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry, all in favor? That's carried. Next is a report from the clerk on her attendance at the Municipal Administrators Spring Workshop.
Yes.
Excellent report, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks to council and the CAO for allowing me to attend these workshops. OMA, or they've changed their name now to Civic Ontario. They hold 2 workshops as opposed to one big conference. So they do a spring and a fall. And I've just listed the sessions that were on at this workshop. They were excellent sessions, and just wanted to thank council and the CAO.
Thank you. So do we need a resolution to receive your report?
Mhm.
Mover and a seconder. Councillor Berry, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives clerk's report CO 1926 in accordance with the Township's conference policy regarding staff attendance at the Municipal Administrator Association Spring Workshop for information.
All in favor? That's carried. The clerk has brought forward a report on the election of the deputy mayor's position. I think we had a discussion about this, but did not land on a final disposition. So if you'd like to speak to your report.
So as the mayor has stated, council had discussed this a while back and would like to have a formalized process for the election of the deputy mayor. And during the preliminary discussions, there were 2 options. One that, both options allow the candidate that's interested in the position to nominate themselves. And one is with a seconder, or option 1 is without a seconder. And then option 2 would require anyone being nominated or wishing to be nominated to have a seconder. So those are the two options that council has to consider, or any other option that council may be interested in. And then it would be included into the draft policy that's attached for council's review.
I have a bit of concern about people nominating themselves, but I mean, that seems to be accepted that that's the case. I think the question is whether there needs to be a seconder or not. And I know that if I recall the last discussion we had, Deputy Mayor Dayou's concern was that with only 5 people on the committee, it would be difficult to get seconders for 2 different people. But really, seconding a motion is not voting on it. It's just putting it on the table. So, I still personally, I believe that there should be a seconder, but I would look to other members of council for their comments on that. Personally, I think that the deputy mayor should be elected at large, but that's not on the table for discussion today. Councillor Shortreed.
I think having a seconder makes it a more thoughtful process instead of just.
Thank you. Councillor Barry or Richards?
I think if you don't have a seconder, you're not going to get elected as deputy. That's kind of obvious. But I think somebody nominating themselves and putting themselves forward is fine.
But that there
and-
should be a seconder or not?
Well, I mean, if there's not a seconder, then there's likely not, going to
An
be a
appetite for that person to be the
support.
deputy.
But, without a seconder, does that mean that if someone nominates themselves, they can't speak for themselves, at least first before a seconder has the option to second or not? I think that's what perhaps Deputy Mayor was trying to get at, is that they should at least have the opportunity to speak as to why they're nominating themselves and putting themselves forward.
I don't, it would seem to me that if it's clear to members of council that asking for a seconder is only to be able to put it on the floor, gives them an opportunity to speak. It is not voting for the person necessarily one way or the other. I don't know why someone wouldn't second it, but one never knows. Councillor Barry, what do you think?
I guess, sorry, I'm just trying to remember which is in the procedural or in the draft right now. I believe it is option 1. And technically correct, nominations do not require a seconder on any other situation in any of the other municipalities either.
Is it, I think maybe we need to hear from the clerk on that.
Well, this is dealing with nominations, not a motion. So it'd be somebody that wants to nominate themselves to speak to why they should be able to be the deputy mayor, why they're interested. So it's not a motion that's going on the floor. It's just someone stepping forward to nominate themselves, or for someone to second the nomination. The motion would come after to appoint that person, which would require a seconder.
So really, it's just the seconders allowing them to speak to it.
Yeah, I'm fine with either option. I don't feel that, I'm fine with either option. Like, I feel that I
Well,
guess,
we've got to be, it's got to be a yes or no. Like, I mean, it's got to be an option 1 or option 2. That we require a seconder or we don't.
okay, then I support requiring a seconder. I do think that the nominator, as long as if you nominate yourself, you should be able to speak to it, but that doesn't change.
Okay. So that's Councillor Richards.
But just in the clerk's comments regarding, if all 4 counselors were interested in the position, even though it's not a vote, what if the situation did arise where they refused to second each other?
Well, that would be an interesting situation.
Yeah, if you didn't have a seconder, the deciding vote, that's when you would go to vote, and the deciding vote would be the mayor. Because everybody could vote for themselves, so you would have one,
Yeah.
one, and then the mayor would need to vote. So that.
So
would choose
But
your-
that doesn't allow the person to be able to speak. I mean, if we're initially, what we're talking about is allowing the person to put their name forward as deputy and whether that requires a seconder.
Mhm.
like, can the mayor second all four of them?
Or would I?
Or,
Or-
you know, I guess like the mayor would just decide which one was seconded?
The mayor
Like,
would
how
have-
could the mayor even be the deciding vote if there was no second?
It would come down to when you're actually voting for the candidate. That's after the person's name has been put forward or has spoken to it. That's when
But
the
if-
actual vote takes place.
But if there's no
Correct.
seconder,
If you didn't have a seconder, then the mayor would need to second one, and if not, then you would run into difficulties.
Yeah, and I mean, I could say what I might do, you know, if somebody wanted to speak to wanting to be the deputy mayor, I mean, personally, I would second it if there wasn't a seconder, just so they would have the opportunity to speak. However, I mean, we shouldn't be taking that into consideration because anybody, I mean, we don't know who the mayor is going to be. So I can say what I might do, but I can't say what, you know, another individual might do. Angie.
I would suggest that if we put a provision in the bylaw that says if all four put their name forward and no one wants to second each other, that it go directly to a vote in which the mayor would be the deciding.
Well,
vote.
that sounds like a good solution.
Yeah, perfect.
Can we recommend that the bylaw be changed accordingly, or the procedural bylaw be changed to
We could, as amended, with which option, with or without the seconder, your top.
like, we're still, that's one option, if all four people wanted to put their name forward to go directly to a vote, but we still haven't, that doesn't address, if there's just, say, two people, do they need a seconder or not?
That's a
But we haven't, I mean, I've heard that, yes, we would like to see a seconder under most circumstances, but if, you know, if there was an extraordinary,
would be option 2, and then amendment to include the clause. That's what.
about if there were
yes,
more
it was
than,
for. So we'll do option 2 and the policy as amended.
perfect. Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Counselor Barry, Counselor Shortreed.
Moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Counselor Shortreed. Be it resolved that Council receives report CO 2020-26 regarding draft election of deputy mayor protocol policy, and that Council selects option 2 for the nomination process as identified in the said report, and Council directs a bylaw be brought forward to adopt the procedures as amended at its next regular council meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. The next are the minutes from the Stanhope Museum Committee. I understand you were at that. Were you in attendance at those meetings? Anything that you'd like to bring forward? Yeah,
Not at this meeting, unfortunately.
anything that came out of that committee meeting that you were at, Councillor Richards?
Just a couple of things, and I think one of them has been answered is I believe the museum is likely going to look for a separate reserve account for special projects. And they have paranormal seekers coming to do a documentary at the museum, which is kind of cool and interesting.
It would be cool if all the committee members were allowed to attend. With respect to the request for a special projects line item in reserves, that actually has been formally requested in the past. And because that request has been made, it will come back to council at the next meeting.
I do believe committee members are welcome to attend the museum. They're just trying not to make it too public. Because they don't want a huge gathering of people there.
Any questions? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes of both April the 20th or just no, April the 20th? Pardon me? Oh, sorry. And May 19th, mover and a seconder? Counselor Berry, Counselor Shortreed,
Moved by Council Berry, seconded by Councilor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives the April 20th and May 19th, 2026 Stanhope Museum Committee meeting minutes for information.
all in favor? That's carried. Next are the Dorset Museum Committee.
So this is from the end of April, so it's a little bit ago, but their pad for their new gazebo is already poured. And the Friends have been able to donate 30,000 of the 65,000 needed, and they're asking for the 35,000 to come out of their special projects reserve.
That's what that reserve was set up for, so, do we know how much money is in that reserve?
More than that. More than that.
Okay,
Can't give you a figure, but I know there's more than that.
so could I then have a mover and a seconder to allow that to take place? Counselor Berry, Counselor Shortreed. And that would include, do we need a separate resolution to receive the minutes?
I could include that in, but I just wanted to bring to council's attention, there is a request or a comment about a freestanding website.
Oh, they were having a lot of trouble with their website. I think when you Googled Dorset Museum, if you clicked on it, it went to a dead page. But I think that the committee was gonna contact Chad to get the link up and running again.
Yeah, we've had a fairly substantial discussion about websites and who maintains and controls websites and social media. And unless absolutely necessary, I'd like to stick with that, where we're at with that.
Yeah, I think it was just a problem. The links weren't growing up, and I think when you did link, their address and phone number weren't coming up. I think they were gonna, yeah,
Well, I could ask for some assistance with that.
I think they did.
So a mover and a seconder then to receive the April 28th minutes
Just finishing.
and the approve the request for use of their special projects funds. Counselor Shortreed, Counselor Berry.
Moved by Councilor Shortreed, seconded by Councilor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives the April 28th, 2026 Dorset Museum Committee meeting minutes for information, and the council authorizes 35,000 from the Special Projects Fund for the remainder of the gazebo project.
You have a question? Is it for the remainder of the gazebo project or just for the remainder of the foundation?
Gazebo project.
Okay. All in favor? That's carried. So we have 2 monthly activity reports from our digital transformation specialist. Maybe you could give us the highlights of those reports?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you've noted, I've got the 2 reports, one for April, one for May. There wasn't anything specific, Madam Mayor, that I wanted to note or highlight, but I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions on those reports? It looks like you're doing a lot of work.
Thank you
Good
very much.
reports.
Lots of great things happening.
So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the digital transformation monthly activity reports for April and May? Counselor Berry, Counselor Richards.
Moved by Councilor Berry, seconded by Councilor Richards, be it resolved, the council receives the digital transformation coordinators reports regarding April and May monthly activities.
All in favor? That's carried. Were there any items on the consent agenda that council wished to have pulled or discuss? Hearing none, could I have then a mover and a seconder to receive the consent agenda? Councillor Shortreed. Councillor Berry.
Moved by Council Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, the items listed on the consent agenda are considered routine and enacted in one motion. Each matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting, and council approves the June 18th, 2026 consent agenda and hereby adopts the staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein and directs staff to proceed with all necessary administrative actions.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up, building and bylaw. And the first item is Ontario's environmental compliance policy and how it impacts the township. Welcome, members of the bylaw department.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon. So yes, I'd like to just bring forward the report as information at this point. The Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, MECP, has had recent updates to their environmental compliance policy. So at this point, we don't really know what that's going to look like, other than there may be some transferring of low-risk complaints to the township. And I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions you may have.
And it's hard to determine just exactly what the impact might be.
Exactly.
Transferring the risk, it's like dumping on us, not transferring. Anyway, can't help myself. Councillor Berry.
Would this be another example of downloading?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And second question, is there a financial implication or to be determined?
I think that's, through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's to be determined at this point. We're not even sure what departments it may impact. It may touch on numerous departments, so that's something moving forward we're going to have to anticipate and just track and see how it goes.
The one thing that really concerns me is the blue-green algae bloom issue and who's responsible for advising the public about things like that. And do you believe that that comes under this, or does that remain with the health unit?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure exactly on that, but according to this policy, anything that's sort of like high risk, and major environmental impacts, impacts to everyone as a public, as a whole, as human health, they would be dealing with that, but I'm not sure if that's in conjunction with the health unit.
That is one thing that I would like us to follow up on, because it's been a bone of contention in the past where, they're sort of saying like, you're responsible, or we're responsible, and yet the health unit is saying that, that they see it somewhat as their responsibility, and, there's still a lot of finger pointing going on.
Yes, through your mayor. It's my understanding that at the moment, it still lives with the health unit. Of course, as we know, that could change, but currently it still resides with them.
Okay. Well, we'll stay tuned. So if we could have a mover and a seconder then to receive that report, Councillor Shortreed, and did you have a question, Councillor Berry?
So there won't be a inquiry or follow-up with that? I still think it's worth asking the question, and I still think it's worth pointing out that it's downloading.
Well,
Like, the longer we just accept it, the longer
we have no choice. There is no choice.
But can we not state our frustration?
Yes. Oh, yes, we can do that. But that we don't like it and we won't accept it is like.
No, I'm not saying that, but I do think it's worth noting that we recognize it's another form of downloading and.
Yes, downloading responsibilities onto the municipality that are already maxed out.
Exactly. I do think it's worth making comment.
So would you like the resolution to also include that a letter be drafted to that effect?
I would.
Okay. Is everyone in agreement with that? Councillor Richards?
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna have any impact, but it doesn't
Okay,
mean
but,
that we
like, at
can't,
least we're
you
saying
know,
what we think.
put it in, on the record that we disagree with them. Right?
Okay. Good. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Counselor Short-Reed, Counselor Barry. And we'll see how it goes.
Moved by Counselor Short-Reed, seconded by Counselor Berry. Be it resolved, Council receives report BLDG 926 regarding the updated MECP environmental compliance policy, which directs low-risk incidents onto municipalities for information. And the council directs the mayor send a letter to the MECP expressing its dissatisfaction with the new direction.
All in favor? And I would hope that somebody could draft that on my behalf. Thank you. Next on the agenda is the April-May monthly activity reports. Any highlights that you'd like to bring to us, Mr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not except for the fact that April was looking like we're gonna have a boom year, and then May it dropped off again. That seems to be Ontario-wide, so,
Really?
yeah, StatsCan reported that the other day on the news.
It's the arrival of the black flies and the mosquitoes that did that. Well, okay, we'll see how the trend goes. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the building report? Counselor Richards, did I see your hand? And Counselor Berry?
Moved by Counselor Richards, second by Counselor Berry. Be it resolved, Council receives building bylaw report BLDG 1026 regarding April and May monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Carry on the good work. Next, Park Recreation and Trails. And Mr. Card. First up is your parking philosophy and planning. It's my understanding that there seems to be a general feeling that what you're recommending and what you're reporting is, a good direction to take. Unless there's anything that you wanted to add to that or any questions that members of council have got.
Sure, through you, Mayor. No, the only thing to mention is just because of the couple of shifts in this on the agenda, the timelines will change somewhat from what I have on here because the timelines were starting at the beginning of May. So if moving ahead with this as recommended, everything's just going to shift ahead by that month.
Okay. And we're, I think we all had agreed and you just continue to agree with as we look at each Docker landing situation, we do a, do a survey and, do our due diligence at that time. And that the issue of parking for the Hawks will continue under the Public Works Manager's direction. I'm assuming in cooperation with yourself.
Yes, absolutely. You're understanding that correctly, and including bylaw considerations throughout the development of that as well. And we've actually just gotten some information in from the Crown about costing around lease considerations, and so we'll be able to bring further information about that back soon.
Oh, really look forward to hearing that.
Yeah.
Yay. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Councillor Short-Reed.
And nothing to do with Chris's part, just the parking at docks and landings. that I've noticed that I think maybe we need a little bit more bylaw enforcement because, you know, the boats that I see at the docks all week after week are there all week. So I
If
think
you want to
some
be
people are
specific
using
about
them
one
as
particular area,
Russell Landing, because it's not a boat launch, it's just a dock and parking. And I think people are just using it as their own private dock and parking lot, because it's the same boats week after week after week. So really, if they weren't there, there wouldn't be a problem.
so little, maybe you could pass on a little more emphasis on enforcement. So mover and a seconder then to receive the report on parking, and Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved that council receives Parks, Recreation and Trails Report PRT 1326 regarding parking philosophy and planning for information, and council directs staff to proceed with the actions outlined in the report.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next up is the Tapscott Lopez Park, and the Indigenous Garden notification letter.
Correct, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So as council is aware, this process is something that was committed to upon the donation of the Tapscott Lopez Park to the township. We did hire consultant for Directions Conservation to assist with this process. They developed a consultation guideline as well as the first step of this, which is a letter that goes out to the various nations. Through their review, they've found two treaties and land claim areas, being the Williams Treaty Settlement Area and the Algonquin Land Claim Area, which represents 7 various communities that we'd be using this letter to send out to, looking for engaging them on this project. So there's 4 in the Mississauga Nation community and 3 in the Chippewa Nation community. I don't have the entire Indigenous engagement plan finished as of yet, but I did put on some excerpts from it. So just to kind of give some context to what it is that we're doing. And a couple of these excerpts from what is a 70-page document are things that I found very pertinent to this and highlight the next steps. And I'll just quote one just briefly, is that engagement is different from consultation, and engagement aims to build and enhance relationships with First Nations and Indigenous peoples by exchanging information in the absence of legal consultation obligations. And then the first initial meeting with an Indigenous community is that of relationship building. And this is not a place to ask or demand things from the community. It's a time to build relationships and work together on a shared goal or project within their territory. Further, each nation has its own protocols. So they've found that there would be 4 consultation and accommodation standards protocols that would be pertinent to this project, and they're listed here. One at Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, and Rama First Nations. And that's to say, once we move into engagement after we send this letter, if they do want to proceed with partnering with us on this project, it may then fall into their consultation and accommodation standards, which would have a process attached to them, and typically a representative that would be involved with that process. But what I found fascinating about this is that thinking of it from the perspective of, we're really looking to build a relationship. We're looking to reach out to our neighbors. We're looking to reach out to those who we recognize as the original stewards of the land since time immemorial, and looking to enhance that relationship through this project. That then leads us to the letter itself. And in the letter, we're giving a vision of what it is that this garden is about. And this is what I'd like some input on council for. And a couple of examples that I give as possibilities as the purpose of the garden is it a demonstration site that we're looking to achieve, or an educational site, or is it something more symbolic or natural in design? As I've been discussing with the consultant, certainly as we engage with our neighbors, we'd be learning about what it means to them to have an Indigenous garden, and we'd want to take that into account, but at the same time, provide an idea for what it is, the vision that we're looking for. And the details of what that says in the letter is here as part of the information in this report. So just, I'm going to pause there, and through you, Mayor, just looking for some thoughts and ideas on what it is that we're hoping to achieve that I can put in this letter to the nations to be able to communicate our desires. And the paragraph that's on page 3, the second paragraph down, is the suggested paragraph in partnership with myself and the consultant.
Councillor Berry?
I read the letter. I thought it was a well-written letter. I feel that it sort of captures what you're saying, unless you're wanting specifics, but it does talk about a teaching space, a ceremonial site, and a healing environment. So I'm in full support of this, unless you're asking us to omit or add more.
And that's come through you, Mayor, completely at your discretion. I feel that this well represents the desire as well, and just making sure that it captures everything that we want to capture before we send it out.
Any other comments or questions? I will say I'm a little bit disappointed that it's taken this long to get to this point, given the commitment that we made to Mr. Tapscott and his wife. This is year 3, and it would appear that we are not going to be able to prepare a garden this year. And that disappoints me. You know, I understand, you know, the need to bring this letter to us so we can see, you know, the process. It's just turning into, you know, what is going to become a very timely thing. And I'm just afraid that we're not going to be able to meet our commitment to Mr. Tapscott and his wife. And that concerns me. You know, you were talking about looking for examples, and I saw this as something that would be symbolic, natural, you know, that we would follow up and find the types of planting that we should be considering. And I have had, you know, some input from others, you know, who have looked at, you know, similar studies on, you know, the planting of indigenous gardens and what should go in them. But, you know, we'll hold off on that and see what comes back to us. So has there been any timeline? I suppose there couldn't be a timeline on how long we need to wait for responses.
The recommended timeline in the consultant's experience is generally 2 to 3 weeks that you send out and then await responses. And the intention is based on the timeline I've put here, that the implementation of the garden would happen this year, so August, September, which in discussion with the consultant, they feel that that's a reasonable timeline as well. So although we wouldn't have blooming plants if that's what we end up with as a spring planting, there's nothing I see indicating at the moment that wouldn't allow us to meet our obligations for this year. The timelines as we go through the process, and remembering that we have an obligation here to reach out to certain communities based on who has land treaty rights, which has human rights considerations attached to it. So and there's 7 of them. So depending on who comes back and who wants to engage, that will kind of inform that timeline.
You know, at least, you know, I appreciate and honor the process that we have to go through. I also, you know, just thinking about the commitment that we made, and if you can assure us that at the very least, we can have dug a bed and would be able to plant, you know, whatever is appropriate to be planted in the fall, that we could at least get that accomplished, and, you know, I'd feel much better. Any comments or questions? Okay, so you need authorization to send the letters out?
Yes, as recommended, yes.
So receive the report and authorize the correspondence. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Richards and Councillor Berry.
Moved by Counselor Richards, seconded by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives Park Recreation and Trails Report, PRT 1526, regarding Tapscott Lopez Park Indigenous Garden notification letter for information, and Council directs staff to proceed with the notification letter as presented.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, on that particular item, Chris, thanks. I know this is a new and interesting process to go through, so I appreciate your work on that. Next is the Dorset Tower and electrical upgrades.
Yes, so this is to inform council of the outcomes of a recent request for tender for Dorset Tower electrical upgrades that we posted April 23rd with a closing date of May 22nd. This is a project to remove old existing wiring and upgrade it with new wiring on the tower as approved in budget, and we did not receive any bids, unfortunately. And this is to recommend the next steps that we take. And that would be to go by way of, under the purchasing policy, item 10.3, which is the informal request for quotation process, which would take the exact same specifications and just reach out to contractors directly until we can get 3 quotes, with the intention of still getting the best price for the quotes that we get. Without having to incur the costs and the timelines associated with an additional tender process.
Any questions? It's a bit disappointing, but could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report and approve proceeding with the recommendation? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, seconded by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives Park Recreation and Trails Report, PRT 1726, regarding Dorset Tower electrical upgrades, tender PRT 126, results and recommendations for information, and Council directs staff to move forward by way of informal request for quotation.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is your monthly activity report. Any highlights that you'd like to bring us?
Knowing in the essence of time, the only thing that I'd like to highlight is that we are currently doing an intersection signage update on our hiking trails. And as council had discussed previously, and particularly the deputy talked about, is to include the what 3 words information on signage as often as we can going forward. So that's something that we are going to be able to conclude going ahead on our hiking trail intersection signage.
Great.
Any questions? Something that is not in the report, and I just forgive me for asking for something off the cuff, but how are we making out with moving forward with the log chute?
I'm glad you asked that, Mayor. We just received last week our draft design and draft tender document. We've given the go-ahead to our consultant to finalize both those drafts, and we hope to finalize them and post that tender by the end of the month. Now, council will see a report later on the agenda just about purchasing policy updates related to Buy Ontario Act. We are going to have to consider that information and work it into our tender process, which may add a little bit of time, but things are looking good right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, seconded by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives Park Recreation and Trails Report, PRT 1826, regarding monthly activities for the month of May for information.
All in favor? All in favor? I don't see you. Thank you. That's carried. The next item is the transfer payment agreement, and unless you have any comment to make about that, that's something that's going to be under our bylaw section.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is environmental business. and some change requirements by the province.
Be a popular topic today. Thank you, Mayor. My first report, just some information for council regarding proposed changes from the province to the Environmental Assessment Act. Essentially just changing some of the investigative requirements for changes to service area and fill rate. So service area would be for a waste disposal site, the area where we could collect. So our sites, our environmental compliance approvals stipulate that waste must originate in the Township of Algonquin Highlands. So if we were looking to change that, this change in the legislation or regulation would affect that. It just simplifies the process a little bit. It still requires an environmental compliance approval request for amendment. So that ministry approval process and everything still would go forward as always.
Councillor Barry?
That, does that work on both sides? So the entity wanting to bring waste would have to do the application, or if we wanted to take the waste, like where would that be coming from? The waste maker or the waste taker?
If I can, through you, Mayor, this is, so the environmental compliance approval is the waste receiver, so that the landfill site has an environmental compliance approval. So that determines where, what waste can be accepted at that site. So the generator of the waste, people, I would not, this wouldn't affect them in any way, other than, however, a change might to that.
Okay, I guess what I meant was like, so someone couldn't, so we wouldn't be told thou shall take the waste from somewhere else if we didn't engage in the letter.
I would hope that wouldn't come from.
Okay.
province.
Okay, so.
Well, we would hope so too.
I only hesitate because these days you never,
Yeah, no.
you never really do know, so.
Any other questions on this report? Hearing none, then could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillor Short Reed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Short Reed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be resolved, Council receives environmental report EB 1226 regarding proposed amendments to the Environment Assessment Act to change requirements for waste disposal site, service area, and fill rate changes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the report on user identification for the landfill sites.
Thank you. This report is looking for some direction from council. It's a response to some changes as far as the modernization, digitization of some of our waste management record keeping and processes. This has been a project that's been part of projects and priorities, and so this is sort of the first leap into doing that. Looking for direction from council as far as proceeding with a digital version of our user ID card. The paper version, as we always have, did go out with our tax bills, the bright green, if you haven't seen one yet, with our tax bills, which were mailed mostly yesterday. So those are going out. That was one of the questions that's in the report, is whether council wanted to proceed with issuing paper cards to everybody, or to have an option to have a paper or a digital. Essentially, just because of the timing when the tax bills needed to go out, we did proceed with giving everybody a paper card. And now there's the option, if they'd like to have an additional digital card, they can use one or the other interchangeably. There's nothing different as far as the user experience as far as attending a landfill site goes, whether you had a digital or a paper card. The one thing that would change is just as opposed to the attendance, currently they write down records of waste coming in on paper. We'd be looking to move to a digital data capture essentially. So the code that's on the new cards would allow the attendant, as opposed to having to write down the number, it just allows them to scan that records the number of the card. And then the time and information of the site visit. So it's not It's not public information. It's not a big change to the information that we're capturing at the landfill sites. It's just moving it to a format that's a bit more efficient, a bit more effective, saves us having to do data entry with forms afterwards, also having to manage or paper records and keeping track of those. So hopefully some accuracy and a bit a better information that we can have for that.
And the cards that have been sent out now, they're good for what period of time?
These have validity until July of 2028.
I'm sorry?
July of 2028, July 1st, 2028.
Okay, Councillor Berry?
Two questions. In regards to the QR code, that's to collect the data of the landfill waste coming into the landfill, but it's not collecting the users. So like if you don't know who's dropping off, you're just getting an information of what's coming in. Is that correct?
Thank you, if I may, Mayor. Yes, exactly. It doesn't have a name or anything. The code is just a number.
Yeah.
So it's just identifying a user,
Okay.
not a
Perfect.
particular user. And that allows, that right now we have vehicle count. So, we count how many vehicles come in. That's essentially doing that, this is a vehicle is one card scanned. So it's just capturing that number so we can, in the future, have more information to be making decisions, if we're looking at, the traffic rates, if we wanted to be able to, the average number of bags per vehicle. Right now we can look at some of that data, but it's sometimes gets skewed because you might have one vehicle, that has a lot and many with very little. We don't have any way to sort of capture that data without a lot of paperwork and
Sure.
filtering of records. So some of those, yeah, and it gives a few more options. We have other records on our daily inspection forms. They're recording, the number of tires that come into the site, whether we're accepting electronics and things like that. So it would get, that data would essentially just get captured digitally as opposed to on those forms.
So going forward, will the public always have an option to have a paper card?
If I may, at this point, absolutely. In the future, maybe. I mean, that would be a decision of council if they wanted to eliminate.
As things stand right now, going forward, people will have that option.
Always, yeah.
I confess that, there's a number of things about this that I'm not clear about, but I'm not going to ask all those questions today. I'll give you a call and, get the download from you at a different time. Councillor Berry?
Two questions in regards to the cards. One question I heard was, if you getting your tax bill digitally, will you still be able to receive a card? And or will it only be the digital card? And second question here, it says that if you've lost a card, you can go online to request a form. If you didn't have access to a computer, is there another way to request?
If I may, Mayor, through there aren't any changes as far as those sorts of processes. Currently, there's a card request form on the website. People can call, stop in the office. Those allow us to be available. And whether they, want a digital version or a paper version, those will be options for there. They'll be interchangeable. Essentially, by a digital version, it's essentially just a card. I mean, doesn't look identical, but that resides on your, if you use a Google Wallet or an Apple Wallet, like might have a loyalty card from, a grocery store or something like that. The same ideas as that. And then at the site, just as this card would be scanned, it would be the same. The QR code is on your phone as opposed to on the paper card.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive that report? Councillor Short-Reed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Berry. Be resolved, Council receives Environment Report EB 1326 regarding user identification for waste disposal site access for information, and Council concurs with the changes proposed by staff and that user identification card be included in the 2026 final tax bill mailing. And Council directs staff to make available a digital form of user identification that can be used as an alternate to physical identification cards and that council directs to make both digital and physical forms of user identification available to ratepayers, and that both forms of identification be accepted as user identification for the purpose of waste disposal, site access, and that prior to a future transition to a full digital ID system, that staff bring back a report for council for final approval.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, your environmental services activity reports for both April and May. Are there any particular highlights that you'd like to bring to us?
Thank you, Mayor. If I may, just a quick note as far as the digital ID, for our viewing public, that would be by request. So if people do want to have a digital ID, they would need to request that. And further information will get out as to how that process will work in our usual communications. We're not issuing another digital card to everybody. That's just an option that they can choose. As far as monthly reports go, so April was training and education month. We did host a landfill operator basics and landfill fire safety course through SWANA here, and we had participants from Dysart, Highlands East, Minden Hills, as well as a few folks from Kawartha Lakes. So it was nice to have some other viewpoints from outside the county, and it was a great discussion and lots of information there.
Sounds good.
And May was events month. I did have the opportunity to attend the Municipal Waste Association Spring Workshop in Huntsville, and that's always a great opportunity for networking and seeing what other communities are doing and what other opportunities there are in the waste world. Always lots of interesting questions and conversation there. And we did training with site attendants as well. And we did have the first of our household hazardous waste events on May 30th. We had 72 vehicles. It was a beautiful, beautiful day, so that probably limited our numbers to some degree. But residents from across the county, and I think I haven't got our numbers in as far as the amount of materials, but it was a good load.
Councillor Berry?
When Algonquin Highlands taxpayers are going to other hazardous waste days, what sort of an ID do they need to use? Do they just use the card they would use at our landfills?
Yes, they would use the same, whether digital or paper card.
Okay.
They just show their card, and the same from the other municipalities coming here. They just show their
perfect.
Their municipal card.
For the monthly reports, do we just have one resolution or two? Okay. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the activity reports for April and May? Councillors Short-Reed and Barry, thank you.
By Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives environment reports regarding April and May monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks so much, Melissa.
Thank you.
Next up is Public Works. Afternoon, Mr. Thorne.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
So the first are three sets of minutes from the Airport Committee.
Thank you. So if there's anyone from the committee that wants to say anything about it, that'd be great. Other than that, it's unfortunate that we had to cancel the May event just due to the weather, but I think it was a good call on their part to do that, because it would be pretty bad if we had the event and no one showed up because of the rain. So
I'm kidding. Well, it's a good thing I didn't have to be at that particular meeting, because you would have seen your mayor in tears. You know,
understand.
it's too bad when there's so much work that goes into the planning of an event like that
Yeah.
by both staff and the committee, and so many volunteers signing up and, prepared to help us, and, that we're at the whim of the big guy upstairs. But I'm not sure if members of council know, but there is a small event being planned for I think it's the 27th.
Yes.
It's just planes coming in and out, and public all welcome, more than welcome to come and join us. The committee will be selling hot dogs and hamburgers and drinks, and in efforts of recovering some of the monies that we've spent for food. But, you know, I mean, hopefully we can have a good little event that day and that the weather stays with us. So unless there are any particular questions, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the minutes of May 7th, 21st, and June 4th? Counselor Berry, Counselor Richards.
By Counselor Berry, second by Counselor Richards, be it resolved that council receives the May 7th, May 21st, and June 4th, 2026 Airport Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. I will say that it's unfortunate that your reports on work to be done at the airport had to be deferred. And because of the length of this particular meeting, it just, and I think the conversation required for those reports, they've been deferred until the next meeting. And our apologies, my particular apologies, because I'm the one who ended up having to cancel the meeting.
That's okay, I understand.
So next is your monthly activity reports for April and May.
Yeah, just the item I would just like to highlight really is just the again, it was a training month for us as well in April. So it was 5 of us went down to the Good Roads training. And it was a really good opportunity. Everybody successfully passed their course, so that was great. And yeah, other than that, it's traditional switch over for seasonal stuff and working on projects and getting things in order. So it was it's been a good couple months.
Any questions on the activity reports? Hearing none, mover and a seconder then to receive the April and May Public Works activity reports. Councilors Berry and Short Reed.
Moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Counselor Shortreed. Be resolved, council receives public works reports regarding April and May monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And lastly, the 30th line maintenance options.
Thank you. As you will recall, on May 7th, there was a delegation regarding the 30th line and some maintenance that there was a request for maintenance to be completed on that road. I think I brought forward an extensive report on the history of the road and what currently takes place on it with some options for council's discussion. And I think if I would just like to hear your thoughts and how you would like staff to move forward.
Well, I would have to say personally that, you know, it's unfortunate for the person who's concerned, but it's kind of a bit of a buyer beware circumstance when somebody gets a property in a place like that, knowing what the situation is or what the circumstances are. They can't necessarily expect them to change because they've taken action, you know, on their own. I personally would be concerned if we changed our protocol for maintenance of that particular road. It would have impacts on a number of different areas. We'd have other, you know, other roads or groups coming forward asking for the same thing. And, you know, it's a bit of a domino effect. I personally, my vote would be to remain status quo, but I'd like to hear from other members of council. Councillor Shortreed and Councillor Richards.
I agree. It's just like the waterfront properties. When you buy, you know how you get there. We can't be changing options for everyone. And like you said, it become a domino effect everywhere.
Well, I'm also a little bit concerned about one of the options that suggests that that the individual be allowed to maintain the road themselves, because it was my understanding that there was damage done to the road, which came at a cost to us in the summer, and I'm concerned about the impact. I got a lot of calls this past winter, concerns from the Snowmobile Association and the agreement that we have in place with them. They felt that they were put at some safety risk on a number of occasions, and it's just an unfortunate situation.
I think it's equally important to share with everybody that's anybody that's watching is the concern that was brought forward about their health. I think it's really important that the residents know that we take their health and safety very important when it comes to our roads. Which is exactly why we had our fire chief brought in on this and the county EMS, just to ensure that, you know, the fire
They would have
services
extra.
would still get there. It's
Mhm.
just they wouldn't be taking their vehicles down the road. And that's not, from my experience being on the fire department, that isn't any different than going down the snowmobile trail or any other road that is covered in snow that our fire trucks can't get down. There are means to get there, and they certainly utilize them. So I think that's
And we
really
have the tools and equipment to help that happen.
Yep.
Counselor Berry, then Counselor Richards.
That he did due diligence and have seek their opinion. And I think, given other roads that have come forward, I do feel strongly that we stay status quo. At this point in time.
Counselor Richards.
No idea what Councillor Berry just said, but,
She said status quo.
yeah, I just have a question though. Is this road definitely a township road? It's not a crown road maintained by the township?
Very good question. And yes, it is a municipal road over municipal land.
Okay,
Seasonal.
so we're not in a Bear Lake Road situation then,
No.
right? Because I think the Bear Lake Road is somewhat of a precedent towards what we would do on other roads under these circumstances, but where it's a municipal road and it's always only been maintained seasonally, and we're only talking about one property at the very end of it, well, I think that is a buyer beware situation, and I would say no. It's all taxpayers in Algonquin Highlands should not have to pay additional maintenance for one property. That's just unreasonable to ask.
Any other comments or questions? What have we got for a resolution?
Be it resolved, council receives Public Works Report PW 2426, 30th Line Road options for information, and the council directs staff to proceed with option 1 as identified in the said report.
Mover and a seconder. Counselor Richards, Counselor Short-Reed. And all in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your work on that. Next up is fire. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
So your first report is on the 2 fire department response agreement. I think that's something that we've seen before, but if you'd like to speak to that.
Absolutely, thank you. And through you, Mayor. The fire chiefs of the county have been working together on this agreement for a little while now. And I know that it has been brought forward in Dysart as well as Minden, and it is scheduled to go forward in Highlands East as well, I believe next week. This agreement will provide additional certified firefighters on scene to ensure we comply with provincial requirements. The additional firefighters should increase the effectiveness of mitigating the emergency in a timely manner. Just as an example, if Dysart had a structure fire, it takes roughly on average 10 minutes for the firefighters to get to the hall, 10 minutes to get to the hall, to the scene. And under our old mutual aid agreement, the way we used to do things would be they get on scene and then call for mutual aid once they realize that this is an actual structure fire. And then again, 10 minutes for our firefighters to get to the hall, 10 minutes for them to get on scene. And now we're up to close to an hour in some cases to have an adequate amount of firefighters on scene. So this should help mitigate that issue. As well as through our chiefs meetings and in conversation with our representative through the Office of the Fire Marshal, they are encouraging all small municipalities to look at this as an option.
We don't have anything, we don't have an overlap with Highlands East at all, do we?
We do not.
Okay. So, but the chiefs are all in agreement that this works for them and that's the way they're going to respond.
Absolutely, yes.
Questions? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward with this agreement? Councillor Short-Reed, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives report FD 926 regarding 2 fire department response agreement with the fire departments in the county of Halliburton for information, and council directs a bylaw be tabled to adopt the two fire department response agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. I will just shift things a little bit and we'll look at the two monthly activity reports, one for April and one for May, because I suspect we can deal with that on the same motion. Any highlights that you'd like to bring to us?
Definitely. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. The one highlight that I would like to bring forward is our technical rescue training. It's kind of a high profile training evolution that we do at the Dorset Tower, which was completed in May, and it was very successful. Our technical rescue team is developing quite nicely, and I'm quite proud of it. And I'm sure you've possibly seen the posts on our Facebook page, which the pictures are quite nice, actually.
Well done. Good work. Any questions on the monthly activity reports? Could I then have a mover and a seconder to receive both the April and May monthly activity reports? Councillor Berry, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives fire services reports regarding April and May monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, the master fire plan.
So this would be the second quarterly update, and as you can see, the chief has put updates to each recommendation in red on his paperwork. So several of these recommendations have been looked at already, and hopefully we'll be able to look at the other ones in a timely manner as well.
Do you feel confident that you're moving forward at a reasonable rate with some of the recommendations in the plan?
I feel confident that we're moving forward, absolutely. We are certainly busy over in the fire service, keeping up with provincial mandated training and all that good stuff. And I do believe that we are moving forward at a decent rate with the fire master plan recommendations, yes.
Good stuff. Interesting to see that the province seems to be inserting themselves into almost everything that we talk about today. A mover and a seconder then to receive the progress report. Councillor Richards and Councillor Berry.
By Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives fire services report FD 1126 regarding fire master plan progress report for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Acting Chief. Much
Thank you very
appreciated.
much.
Next up is Finance.
Good afternoon.
Good
Mayor.
afternoon. First is the Asset Management Plan Progress Review.
Yes, through you, Mayor. So this report was actually prepared by our Deputy Treasurer. So annually under OREG 58817, it states that the municipality shall provide an update on the progress we've made in our asset management. So we have summarized in the report, but attached, our Deputy Treasurer prepared the annual report of the progress we've made. That this is all captured throughout at the end of the year once we have summarized our tangible capital assets and the progress we've made. She and I are particularly excited about this because we did implement asset management software that'll actually really help us provide moving forward a fulsome, it'll give us some good forecasting, some good projections of asset replacement, also gives us some categories, low, medium risk or high risk. It's as I've started the past 2 months, spent quite a bit of time in it. It's going to be a really useful tool. So this report is meeting the legislative requirement along with just providing council with the update of what we progressed for in 2025 in our asset management plan.
Well, it's great to hear that, that this new software is going to help you, moving forward and probably help us do a lot better job of keeping up with the requirements.
Yeah, 100%.
Questions or comments from council? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives report TT 1126 regarding the annual asset management plan progress review for 2026 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Here we go with the province again. Amendments to the purchasing policy.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. So this is an update that we worked collaboratively with the County of Haliburton. So the Buy Ontario Act was released and effective this, I think it was April 13th that it started. None of our projects were impacted, and until we adopted the policy, now we'll kick them all off pending council support today. It's only a few thresholds where this new legislation will take in effect, but it does require us to update our purchasing policy along with our templates. So I was recently just actually in contact with the County of Haliburton procurement team, and they've assisted us with our templates and prepared to ready to start other projects in order to comply. And so there's just 2 amendments that we have to make. The authority within the purchasing policy that we include the Buy Ontario Act. And then the second section is 8.2. Previously, when we received any kind of procurement, there was no local preference. It was strictly based on the requirements of the purchasing. But in the cases where this legislation is to be applied, there is criteria where their local preference is preferred. There's a criteria of 10% that's applied. So we had to take out 8.2 of our previous purchasing policy because in some cases local preference would be given and scored accordingly. So those are the 2 amendments required. And then I say all with the caveat that we may see this again this year, only because we've committed with the county and our other counterparts to collaboratively have one purchasing policy. So we'll be working on that later this summer. Actually, I think we'll be starting the meetings relatively soon, and I actually already have our templates to get started. I know Chris had mentioned a project earlier, and we'll be getting started with the new criteria immediately.
Has the loss of the recruitment or individual at the county had an impact on us in any way?
I can't speak necessarily to that specifically, but when I was speaking with the procurement team yesterday, I did ask if they're able to support, and they said yes. So, yeah, if
I may, Mayor, I did see that position go back out, so
Oh, it has,
hopefully,
okay.
hopefully they will be successful and we'll get that back on track.
Great. Any questions about the purchasing policy? I think it's pretty clear. Mover and a seconder to approve the amendments. Councilors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receive report TT 1226 regarding amendments to purchasing policy for information, and further Council approves proposed amendments to the Township's procurement policy to ensure compliance with the Buy Ontario Act 2025 and the Municipal Buy Ontario Procurement Directive. And further, the Council directs staff to implement the approved changes and that a bylaw to adopt the amended procurement policy be brought forward.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Next up is planning business. She says with a sigh. So first is the proposed shore road allowance closing on Beach Lake.
Thank you. Yes, this is just a bylaw to close the shore road allowance in front of this property. It's currently developed with 2 cottages, or 2 dwellings, and one's being the process of being redeveloped, but staff are recommending the bylaw be approved.
Any questions or comments? Okay, so I guess we have a resolution to receive the report and approve the bylaw being brought forward. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Barry, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report PL 4126 regarding the proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of Lot 20, Concession 3, Geographic Township of Stanhope House on Beach Lake, and that Council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs a bylaw to stop up closing of the said shore road allowance be brought forward for further consideration.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your planning department update. Any highlights that you'd like to bring to us other than you're working like mad to clear your desk off?
No, nothing to highlight, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Barry,
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, second by Counselor Berry. Be it resolved, council receives report PL 4226 regarding monthly activities for information.
all in favor? That's carried. Next is we'd asked for a report and to have a discussion on the vacant township land. If you want to initially speak to this, Sean.
Certainly. So yes, 4 parcels of land that were owned, or that is owned by the township, were identified as being possible candidates to be sold or developed in some capacity with an eye to affordable housing. One of the parcels, the one identified on Little Hawk Lake Road, I've since been advised we cannot actually sell. It's part of the old landfill site. So we will need to retain ownership of that parcel. But the remaining 3 would be possible for us to
Dispose of.
So just looking for council direction there.
I would suggest that, I obviously look for comments from all of council, but I might suggest that the property on 118, we continue to hold on to continuing to look at opportunities there. We did have a brief meeting with Habitat for Humanity and talked about some of the options, which, we can look at discussing at a future date. I would suggest that the 2 properties in the Maple Lake Estates, the single lots, that we could probably move forward with disposing of. There's nothing to be gained by holding on to them. And I know that we have options about how we dispose of them, but I think we've proceeded to sell lands, advertise lands for sale ourselves. Or I think one option too was to offer them first to the adjacent property owners, so we could do that, and if no one's interested in that, move forward with advertising them ourselves for sale. Does that sound reasonable? Councillor Shortreed?
So to the adjacent owners at fair market value, like appraised value?
Yes,
Okay, yeah.
but yeah, that would be my understanding. They would be appraised, and
Yep, most certainly.
I missed that. That's something I missed, was the appraisal part. Any other comments? So, go ahead.
And if the adjacent owners didn't want them, they just go on the market?
We would advertise,
back?
well, after having had them appraised, we would advertise them for sale ourselves, as opposed to using a real estate agent and then having to pay a commission. Sound reasonable? So could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillors Shortreed and Barry, and we will give the clerk a moment to scribe. I will say, I was a little bit disappointed in our meeting with Habitat for Humanity. They just didn't get a feeling of great enthusiasm there. I almost heard more roadblocks than move forward steps. I mean, there were some things that, if we were to subdivide the lot, there would have to be, a road incorporated into the property, given, its layout. And so I think that there's further discussion that we're going to have on that. You write up a report on that before you leave? No, just kidding. Councillor Shortreed.
Do you think underneath it all that they don't feel that our area is a good area for them to work in?
Didn't get that impression. It may have been related to the specific properties that we had to work with more than anything.
I'm just thinking jobs, transportation, things like that.
Well, and that's why we kind of focused on 118, because although there isn't actual transportation, it's closer to access to things than say the properties in the Maple Lake Estates. Sean, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and I think one of the struggles we have is that we don't have any municipal water or sewer services, which severely limits the density of development that would be possible. So that's also a challenge where they're trying to maximize their return for every dollar they're spending to make sure they're providing as many options as for affordable housing units. Yeah, I mean, it's good that we're having discussions with those groups, and I think it's important that those discussions continue and there's appetite to support wherever we can.
Yeah, and one other factor which I think is part of their thinking is that they're interested in developing properties that will ultimately be sold to, to those parties that are interested in buying into them. Like they're not rentals, they're not long-term rentals, they're open for purchase over a period of time. That's the ultimate goal, is that the tenants would purchase the units, and so, it's the viability of that aspect of things. So you have a mover and a seconder. Could we hear the resolution?
Moved by Counselor Barry, second by Counselor Short-Reed. Be it resolved, Council receives planning report PL 4826 regarding township vacant lands for information, and Council directs staff to move forward with disposing of the 2 lots in Maple Lake Estates in accordance with the sale of land policy. First by sale by direct negotiation with the budding landowners, and if not successful, direct staff to proceed with the advertising of the lot or lots for sale.
All in favor? That's carried. The next item is a pre-consultation on an application for consent on Clinto Lake.
Thank you. Yes, this is a proposal to create a new lot, a new waterfront lot on Clinto Lake. The lot area and frontage being proposed for both the severed and retained lots are exceeding the minimum requirements. Staff are generally supportive of the proposal with some recommended conditions attached to my report. I'm happy to answer any questions should council have any.
Any questions or comments? I do understand that at some point in the not too distant future, there will be a change being recommended by the county on the pre-consultation process on application for consent. And that's something that will go to the county first and then come to us. It is my understanding that the county's planning department has had discussions with our planners and have taken into consideration any comments that they've had. So just a little, forewarning that there will likely be a change in that process. The one thing that we wanted to ensure was that at some point in time, the municipalities would have an opportunity for input. Okay, we need a mover and a seconder for that resolution. Councillor Short-Reed, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Counselor Short-Reed, second by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives planning report PL 4926 regarding proposed application for consent pre-consultation located on part of lots 9 and 10, concession 3 and 4, geographic township of McClintock, located on Clinto Lake. And further, Council supports in principle the proposed severance subject to the following conditions. 1, the registered owner shall pay the balance of any outstanding taxes, including penalties and interest and any local improvement charges if applicable to the Township of Algonquin Highlands. 2, the registered owner shall provide a settlement of 5% parkland dedication or cash in lieu in the amount of $1,000 for the severed parcel to the Township of Algonquin Highlands pursuant to Section 51(1) of the Planning Act. 3, the registered owner will ensure to the satisfaction of the Township of Algonquin Highlands that the municipality is fully reimbursed for any professional services related specifically to this application. 4, a copy of all reference plans associated with this application shall be provided to the Township of Algonquin Highlands and the County of Haliburton for comment and approval prior to registration. 5, digital copy of all reference plans associated with this application shall be provided to the Township of Algonquin Highlands following registration. 6, the registered owner shall submit to the satisfaction of the Township of Algonquin Highlands an environmental impact assessment. 7, the registered owner shall submit to the satisfaction of the Township of Algonquin Highlands a site development plan prepared by an Ontario land surveyor. The site development plan shall A, be based on and implement the recommendations of the environmental impact study. B, illustrate the proposed buildings, principal and accessory, within a 30-meter setback to the high water mark of the lake wetland. C, illustrate the proposed septic system tile field with a 300-meter setback to the high water mark of the lake. A copy of the plan, once approved by the Township of Algonquin Highlands, shall be provided to the county for its records. 8, the registered owner shall enter into a severance agreement with the Township of Algonquin Highlands pursuant to Section 5126 of the Planning Act to address all planning matters, including but not limited to the recommendations of the environmental impact study and site development plan. And the registered owner shall ensure that the County of Halliburton has received and reviewed the agreement prior to the registration, and that a copy of the registered agreement has been provided to the Township of Algonquin Highlands and the County of Halliburton prior to the endorsement of deeds.
All in favor? Now, that was a mouthful. I bet you had to reduce the size of the font to get that all in there.
I did.
Forgive me, did we do both planning and department updates at once, or were they separate?
I think we only have one.
Okay, because I see that there's a second planning department update. Is there anything that you'd like to bring forward about that one?
No, nothing to highlight on that one.
So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive and approve? Councillor Barry and short read.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be resolved, Council receives report PL 5926 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a proposed lot addition on Boshkung Lake.
Thank you. Yes, this is just a standard boundary adjustment that's being proposed between two adjacent parcels on Boshkung Lake. So no new lots are actually being created. It's just a bit of area being added to an undersized lot. So staff are generally supportive of the application with some recommended conditions attached to my report.
Are there any questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive that and approve? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives planning report PL 6126 regarding proposed severance of lands located on part of Lot 10, Concession 4, Geographic Township of Stanhope, Boshkung Lake, Dice, submitted by Scott Blythe on behalf of Paul Dice. And further, council supports in principle the proposed severance subject to the following conditions. 1, payment of taxes, including penalty and interest. 2, settlement of 5% parkland dedication or cash in lieu in the amount of $100 for the severed parcel shall be paid to the Township of Algonquin Highlands pursuant to Section 51(1) of the Planning Act. 3, copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planner of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for review and comment prior to the registration of the plan. And 4, the severed parcel merge in title with the benefiting lands.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, the update from the Committee of Adjustment for May. I don't see any need for comments. Any questions or concerns? Just a note that the originally planned Committee of Adjustment meeting for the end of June has been deferred for obvious reasons. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the May 29th Committee of Adjustment minutes? Councillors Barry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, the Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes dated May 29th, 2026 be received for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Well, Sean, you've been with us for a long time. I think it's 11 years, if I'm not mistaken. And you really and truly have been an excellent part of the team here. You've done a lot of hard work. You've taken some abuse that is definitely not deserved. I know that we've had some challenging moments all along. And I can't tell you how much on behalf of council, we all really and truly appreciate the work that you've done for us and wish you every success.
Well, thank you very much. It has been a privilege to serve the community of Algonquin Highlands. I did really enjoy my time here, working with council and staff, and yeah, I'll certainly look back on it with some good memories. So thank you.
Best of luck. Now shoo before I cry. I'm really gonna miss seeing that reflection off his head. Okay, external board meetings, anything that you'd like to bring to the forefront on Dorset?
I was here at council when they had their meeting, so I haven't had an update from anyone.
You haven't
on
heard
that
any
yet.
news?
No.
Nothing, okay. Anything on either Upper Trent Water Management or Muskoka Watershed Council? Councilor Richards?
No, nothing to report right now.
Nothing really to report on the OPP Detachment Board. We have another meeting coming up shortly. I just, I think I did tell you at the last meeting that I was at that we have temporarily lost our detachment commander to, she's been seconded to another area. But the refreshing thing is that she has assured she is staying in very close touch with the staff here, that she was present and gave part of the report at our last detachment board meeting, and is going to do everything in her power to return to us at the earliest opportunity. I mean, she did purchase a property here, wants to retire here, and so we look forward to her return. I don't think that there's anything on the library board. As noticed, maybe you may have seen Love Your Library signs around the area, and just so that you know, those have been funded by the Friends of the Library, and they're pretty cool. I think it's good to promote the local library and all of the good things that they do. It's interesting to see at the same time that there are a lot of advertisements on TV about supporting your local bookstores. So obviously they're feeling challenged as well. So it's hopefully they will continue to survive. No, I can't give you any update on the community safety and well-being plan. One thing that I will say is that Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu and myself, or I guess it would be in this case, Councillor Dayu from the county and myself did meet with the CEO of the new CEO of the hospital. And he is, we talked to him about the work that's being done by the Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee and the opportunities that there would be for them to, work together and cooperate in some activities. He did show us the hospital has developed a new mental health room. And mental health has been becoming an increasing problem, across the province, across the country, but here as well. And, it's impacting the police, social services, hospital. And I have to say, without saying, about my personal experience, it just happened that when I was in the hospital, I was stationed in the hallway right across from that brand new mental health room. And 2 nights in a row, it was extremely interesting to see the challenges that hospital staff have working with mental health challenges and how truly brave the staff are. It really, it's a challenge. That's definitely got off topic. I don't know that there's anything to bring as an update from County Council. We will be having another meeting next week. The special meeting that we had yesterday was what you heard today. And I will say that I was really pleased with the discussion that we had here, with the questions and comments that were raised by our council, because it certainly exceeded what my and Jen's expectations were for discussion after the presentation at the county. Now, it's a little bit challenging when you've got a group that's representing 4 different municipalities, and here we're focused on Algonquin Highlands. But it was an interesting session. It'll be interesting to see what comes from it. And good luck to those who are facing making decisions. Nothing under general business. Are there any notices of motion? Did anyone wish to pull any of the items of correspondence? Could you have offered us a longer list of correspondence? Okay, we'll work on that. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence listing? Counselor Berry and short read.
Moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Counselor Shortreed. Be it resolved, Council receives the May 21st and June 18th, 2026 correspondence listings for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next are the bylaws. Long list of bylaws. Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the list of bylaws? Counselor Berry and Counselor Richards.
Moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Counselor Richards. Be it resolved, the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed. 2026-54 to authorize the execution of a fire department response agreement. 2026-55 to stop up closing of a part of the shore road allowance for Rouse. 2026-56 to adopt a purchasing policy. 2026-57 to authorize the execution of a stewardship youth ranger program agreement. 2026-58 to amend zoning bylaw 2022-49 application age ZBA 226 Falkenberg. 2026-59 to stop up close Quebec part of the shore road allowance Orlac. 2026-60 to stop up closing of a part of the shore road allowance Lauer. 2026-61 to deem lots not to be lots in a plan of subdivision Dance. 2026-62 to stop up closing of a part of the shore road allowance for Colgagno. 2026-63 stop up closing of a part of the shore road allowance for 2428853 Ontario Inc. 2026-65 to stop up closing of a part of the shore road allowance for Pool. 2026-66 to stop up closing of a part of the shore road allowance for Bowser and McDonald. 2026-67 to stop up close part of the shore road allowance for Gable, and 2026-68 to stop up closing of a part of the shore road allowance for Dance.
All in favor? That's carried. A mover and a seconder to approve the confirmatory bylaw. Counselor Berry. Counselor Shortread.
Moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Counselor Shortread. Be it resolved, bylaw 2026-69 being a bylaw to confirm proceedings that council held during its June 18th, 2026 meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, a motion to adjourn. Mover and a seconder. Counselor Berry. Counselor Richards.
Moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Counselor Richards. Be it resolved, the meeting is hereby adjourned at 3:22 p.m.
All in favor? Thank you so much. I know it was a long day, but we covered a lot of territory and some of it was pretty interesting stuff. So thanks.